Hello everybody and welcome along back to the snooker action. This time it is the semi-final clash between the two Welshmen, the Welsh potting machine and the player that has managed to make it into the semi-finals of the China Grand Prix for the second consecutive year in a row. Last time it happened he managed to, lose to world number 1 there, jumped by 6 frames to 1. Can he make it one step further this time around and challenge Mark Williams, the world number 5, that stays and remains to be the highest ranking seed left in this tournament after Ronnie O'Sullivan has been knocked out yesterday by Gary Wilson. We have to find out on who's the first finalist is going to be, and it's going to be the one from Wales there. But which one is it going to be? Is it going to be the world number 4 or is it going to be the world number 47? Daniel Wells producing an ultimate story comeback after beating the likes of Robert Milk and Xi'An already. Can he take it step further and beat the former multiple-time world champion? Or can the Welshman that is going to be the higher ranking progress to the final, his first one in the season? After he mentioned already yesterday, he's going to be happy with the start to his season after already reaching 2 semi-finals back-to-back there. Right now, everything is ready for us to get underway in the opening frame. And very important for Williams to try and do something that he didn't manage to do in his clash against Liu Haotang yesterday, and it is to get off to a great start in the opening frame. And it will be Daniel Wells to break. I've gone for the scoreline of 6 frames to 3 there in favour of Williams. And, he managed to beat Zhou Yulong previously. As I say, he's managed to beat Liu Haotang and Barry Hawkins. Both of those came in the deciding matches, so I think Williams has to try and take advantage earlier on here and try and make sure that Wells is not going to be off to a great start. And it's a decent break-off there by Wells, but it's the one that's not going to trouble Williams too much. And right now, the Welshman can try and knock this red in towards the left corner if he wants to. Send the cue ball into the bunch of reds, or you can try and go completely the opposite way around and just try and send the cue ball into the right-hand side cushion and get himself nicely into the back of reds that way as well. So he's gone for the option number 2 there, so just rolling up the cue ball on towards the reds, and he's played the shot pretty well there, as long as he hasn't given a touching ball away. So for the first time in these tournaments campaign, we're going to be seeing a match of best of 11 this time, as it's the semi-final stage. And the final, of course, will be played to best of 19. And this time it's Williams. They can try and spread the reds out here pretty majorly. And he decides to go against that though, so goes for the lonely red that was available for him to try and play a safety shot off into the lower part of the table. Wells can try and go for this red now into the right corner, or he can try and sort of send it towards the right cushion and make sure it lands underneath the main bunch, and the cue ball's going to be heading towards the bog line area once again. All about those first couple of shots and who's going to be the first player to get themselves on the score sheet. And it is going to be Daniel Wells. I said he could have gone for that red into the right corner. He's played the shot absolutely perfectly. And right now he gets himself on the break here. So after a decent shot was played by Mark Williams, Daniel Wells manages to play a brilliant shot there, gets himself on the score sheet, but more importantly, gets himself on the perfect angle on this black to try and develop the reds right here, right now. And if he sends the cue ball in towards the bunch of reds, he can pretty much guarantee himself that he'll land on one into the left corner, but has to play this one with a lot of power, and not sure if he's alright there. His reaction didn't give away a lot there, so it'll be very important for him to try and see that red in towards the left corner, because he's just managed to 3-up 3 of those, and it looks like that is the case, so just about can get through to that red. The position on the black will be waiting there for him. Or as an alternative, he can try and send the cue ball in towards the blue here. And he decides to go for the blue. Sacrifices the angle on the red and just rolls that one in. But still, very much short on the power. In terms of being very, very straight right now on this blue. In fact, it's actually the slightest of angles to go into the bulk line area. But as he's got a red to try and leave himself on with sort of mid-range shot there into the right corner. It's not going to trouble him too much. And still, as I say, 3 more reds available there on top of the 14 points scored. Could get him up to a nice little cushion of 35 points or so. And then you'll have to either try and develop the reds in the progress of potting the ones available, or just leave it till last and use the blue or black to send the cue ball into the bunch of reds and try and develop a couple of more of those. For now, he's got quite a nice little angle on this black to try and go up the table there and on towards the red, in towards the right corner. He decides to go for a screw back shot into the red into the left middle. So 22 points here already. And if he plays with the blue right now and he ends up with a little bit of an angle, it could be perfect for him to try and go for sort of a shot into the left middle. So has to judge this one perfectly. And it's not an easy shot for him to play because of just how much power he has to apply on the cue ball. And I think he's overrun that one by an absolute mile. Because as I say, it was going to be high for the blue ball, but he's managed to go above the baulk line. And surely just going to be a safety shot now played after scoring 23 points now in the progress. Daniel Welch is studying the position that is going to hurt Mark Williams more than any other. Probably putting the brown on the cushion there and using the yellow. That's the buffer in between the cue ball and the red. So he decides to go for the green instead. It's a nice little break to start off there by Wells. 23 points. I don't think he can be too disappointed with that one, especially with the way the Reds have been. And it's going to be 4 more points there of that safety shot, as Williams can't judge the power and the pace of the cue ball perfectly to get himself onto the Reds. So the referee will have to re-establish the position, and Williams will have attempt number 2 coming up. So very much quickly taken away, and this one certainly will have enough pace, and probably was a little bit too pacey there, but in the end not going to give anything away there to Wells apart from an easy safety shot and potentially sending the cue ball in towards the top part of the table. It's not going to be a problem right now for Wells, as he just uses this time to have a little bit of an evaluation to see if he wants to push some of the Reds onto the cushion already, or has he got that chance, or does he have to just make sure he doesn't give anything away there to Williams. And in the invitation, there's going to be a chance there for the Welshman. Once again, it's a decent shot there by Wells. And Williams has to take the edge there of the red, send it into towards the black there, which is something that he didn't really want to do, and wants the cue ball to run there in below the yellow. And just about did in the end. So it's all about if Wells can actually get through to that cue ball. Because if he can, he's got a nice little chance to go for a red in towards the left corner. Williams just about having enough pace on the white to make sure that it's going to land on above the baulk line. And Wells probably has to think against taking that long pot, which is going to be aggressive. So he thought about that, but then he gone back up from the shot there, and he's going to go for the red in towards the right corner. But I think he was more focusing on trying to play a safety shot. Hasn't played that one too well, to be fair. And Williams will have a chance to send the cue ball up the table once again. Accelerate and put some pace on this. And, well, as you would expect, I think every single frame is going to be a tactical point there for Wells, because he has to make sure he takes this one as long as possible. You know, Williams already had to play 2 decided against Liu Haotang and Barry Hawkins. He had to face a difficult opposition in Joey Long as well. So this campaign has been tricky there for Williams. He's not 25 anymore either. And Wells has to sort of exploit the 13-year difference in between the two of them. But the massive advantage for Williams is going to be the fact that he's been in this stage multiple times before. And Wells goes for the knife edge there over the red in towards the left corner, and very nice shot once again there by Wells, because Williams can't see the full ball of any of those reds, so has to exploit a cushion shot potentially first off the left hand side of the table, try and send it into the Bane bunch, and get himself hopefully safe there, which is not going to be an easy shot to play, because realistically he has to choose some of the lower reds to try and roll up to, because if he tries to do that with the ones on the upper side of the table, very much is going to be on the threat of giving one of those reds away, and that's exactly what's going to happen, because Daniel Wells has managed to put him under a lot of pressure on that shot, and ultimately Williams makes a huge mistake there and gives away an easy chance for Wells to try and close off the opening frame. Get off to a great start here. And very much a similar start to the one that Williams has had against Liu Haotiang. But, well, straight away messes up the first shot to an extent. It's going to land very straight on this blue. So disappointed with that one after having such an easy red into the left middle. But to be fair, he can still try and recover himself from this position by playing a little bit of a stun shot there on the cue ball, and he'll have a couple of reds to choose from. But probably has to take the blue spot for that to actually happen. So the blue will have to go towards the green spot if he does go for that shot. And that's going to be a little bit of an issue for Wells as well. So that's exactly what he's done. So taking the blue spot there. Now having two reds that he can try and go for and exploit. The referee will check if the blue is available to go onto the black spot here. And he's the oldest. Who's the second oldest? What do you mean? Do you mean so Jimmy White there? I'm pretty sure it's going to be someone like Ken Doherty. Because you haven't got Rory McLeod there playing anymore. You haven't got the likes of Kurt Mufflin. And I think it has to be Ken Doherty, really. If you talk about the oldest player on the tour. And for now it's Wells to try and have a go at the red into the left corner. Very important shot for him once again. After running himself slightly out of position, the blue has indeed gone onto the pink spot. So Wells has to make sure he judges this one well. And just rolls the red in towards the left corner. We'll have a nice little shot on the blue now to follow up into the right corner. So after an early struggle in this break, he manages to go back to square one now, and very much in control of the current table and the position of it. So all about trying to force the cue ball in towards the blue there. Try and get himself lined up on the red in towards the left corner. And once again, 39 points is his advantage. 99 is still on the table. So he can try and roll the cue ball through this red right now. Get himself lined up on the black here. And put the highest value of a colour back on his spot here. But the problem is I think he's landed very straight on this shot here. So has to either apply a lot of topspin or a lot of backspin on this shot. Try and reverse the cue ball in towards the right hand cushion. And get himself lined up for one of the lowest reds on the table. And he plays the shot pretty well there. The cut on the red was always going to be difficult after the position that he found himself in on the black previously, but it's still doable, and the cue ball is going to be heading towards the bulk line, so all he has to do is avoid the green that is currently sitting on the left hand side of the table. So try and play past the green here and get himself lined up on the brown. Just about judges the pace really well there. I think he's probably under on slightly there for the brown, so may have to use the yellow just to give himself more angle to try and accelerate the cue ball on towards the lower part of the table. He's got two more open reds there until he has to make some more changes to the positional sense. And he doesn't want the cue ball to go underneath the pink here. So probably has to go for this red now with a little bit of a difficult cut in towards the left corner. So it's all about trying to be very careful with that shot selection. If he goes for the red in the left corner, he has to make this one stick, because if he doesn't, the red will stay out over the pocket. The angle still suggests that he should make this one stick, but applying a lot of backspin for the black ball is going to make this shot a little bit more trickier. And he manages to take this one really well there. So 53 points ahead already. The black will make that 60 points clear. And with only 75 on the table, he only needs a red and a black right now, and he'll be over the line in terms of potting the frame ball in the opening frame and getting himself off to a great start against Mark Williams. And asking some questions there really of who's going to be the real favourite going into this match. And well, Williams certainly was the favourite until the match has started, with pretty much 1.25 to his name to reach the final stage. And for the Wales' name, it was 4.0 at that time. But I think those numbers are going to change massively if Wales just manages to get this black in. And he's not going to do that. So he's not over the line quite yet. 61 points clear, 67 on the table. And I mean, if Williams manages to take this red in towards the green pocket, he still could be in with a great chance here. Because, you know, Wales ran himself out of position at that time. So only has himself to blame for not making the black as easy as he could have been. And ultimately missing out on the frame ball opportunity. So Williams doesn't want to go for the risky shot into the green pocket. So has to settle for just a safety shot and sending the cue ball up towards the top part of the table. Wells just has to check what his options are. And probably similar option and similar shot selection there to Williams. Trying to send one of those reds in towards the black there. And getting the cue ball up the table once again. I think the plant of the two of them. I think he's got one or two there options that you can sort of try, as I say, nudge into the black. Well, make sure that it doesn't get too close to that. And just find a perfect angle on the cue ball to get it up the table after a little bit of a lengthy opening frame already. 19 minutes and counting. Especially if you take into account the fact that we're going to have a safety battle on our hands once again here, with no real sign that it's going to end pretty soon. And, I mean, that was a risky shot for the cue ball to try and play. But in the end, Wells looks like he'll be happy with that shot selection, because the cue ball is just going to stay out here. And Williams has got a really tricky shot now to try and play. I'm not sure how much of the red you can actually see here. And if you can't see a lot of it, he'll be in lots of trouble, because he's the one trailing by 61 points. And you could see enough of that one, to be fair. So the cue ball once again will go up towards the ball cushion and land exactly on it. So a perfect shot there. Well judged by Mark Williams. And Daniel Wells has to do it all again now, with no guarantee that he'll get lucky the second time. But the good news for him is the two reds that previously were in the open play, just below the pink spot, have currently gone underneath the black spot and on the ball cushion now. And the green is currently out of position as well on the left-hand side of the table. So Wells has to try and exploit that and maybe put one more red in towards that bunch. And he just has a look there to see if Williams is going to have some sort of availability into the right corner. He's not going to. So it's a nicely played shot there by Wells. And Williams has to respond by sending the cue ball up the table once again now. So nice shot there. Not quite as nice as it was previously, because the cue ball is just going to stay on the ball line here. So Wells is not going to be put under pressure this time around, but still has to be careful with his short selection in terms of trying to get the cue ball down the table pretty accurately here. Get one of the edge of the reds here. Once again, put them to the left part of the table and get himself lined up onto the next shot there in a much better position. And he managed to take momentum away there from Williams. And it's all about trying to make sure he keeps that momentum. But that is a horrible shot, and he'll be really lucky if he gets away with this one. And I suppose he does get away with it to an extent there. Williams has got a really difficult uppercut into the right corner. The black is there waiting for him into the opposite side of the table. But this is now a shot that could turn into the frame winning opportunity now for Williams. But if he manages to take this one, and he doesn't, so we'll also have a chance to close off the frame by just putting the red that is already pretty much over the pocket there. So he just has a look to see if the black is impacting the same red, or he's going to be able to get past it. And of course, that's not going to be the case. He still has to settle for a safety shot himself. Make sure that he doesn't leave anything away there to Williams. And, well, doesn't seem to be too convinced if that red is actually potable. So has to be very careful in terms of checking. Twice, maybe 3 times if he needs to. And because if that red, of course, is going to catch the black, he's going to stay over the left corner. And Williams can try and make full advantage of that. He still has enough points on the table with 67 of those. And 2 reds are in an alright position. The green is out of its spot as well. But Will still doesn't seem to have a decision on whether to go for that red. I mean, he has to do something about it, whether it has to be a safety shot or a pot chance. There seems to be absolutely no gap there in between the black and the red there. So very important for him to make the right shot selection. And he does seem to go for the pot first, but then he goes and gives the rest back to the referee, clearly suggesting a sign that has to go for another shot to play. That's going to slow that frame down even more, because the shot time has been 90 seconds by Wells already, and the fact that that red is covering over the black there is not going to help any of the players. As Wells goes for a really nice shot selection there, and gets himself into some sort of a comfortable zone. Gets the cue onto the top part of the table, and Williams himself has to have a look for the same red, and I think more on just trying to see if he's going to be able to push one of those reds in towards the left corner. I think that's going to be the more important part for him. So if he just pushes the red onto the right hand side of it, he doesn't want to have too much pace on that. And I think he manages to fluke red. I was thinking about him trying to just send one of those reds in towards the left corner, but that's not going to be too beneficial for him unless he manages to get the pink here or any other color, because he can't afford to be losing so many points here. He's on a single point, so he's still trailing by 60, and if he can get through to his black now, it'll be very important for him to try and get himself on the break here, and he can. So this could be a changing point now and a turning point in the opening frame. Gets himself 8 points, so 53 points down. And pretty much only the green and the pink now are the colors that are out of position. All the reds are now in the open play after Williams manages to pot the last one that was on the cushion. Lands himself on the black right now once again. So 2 reds to blacks just to make sure that he's going to be going on maximum points so far. Give himself more freedom to use some of the lower value colors later on in the break on the 3 remaining reds, but we'll need certainly a glance of a total clearance if he wants to get this frame on his board. And just has to be careful with this red, and he doesn't take this one, and it's a very much a sloppy mistake there by Williams, because he had all the tools there for him to try and get that red in, get himself onto the black, and it could have been pretty much a straightforward clearance. Instead, it's going to be one of the easiest frame balls Daniel Wells is ever going to pot in his career. Just roll the red in towards the left corner. Would have been already pretty much on the, well, pretty much sitting in the pocket already. So it's going to be the opening frames to Daniel Wells. Has been a little bit of a touch and go there for him, but he manages to get over the line. And winning when you're not playing well is always a good sign for you to start off the semi-final. Right now has to get the black in towards the right corner to make sure that Williams is not going to return to the table. And as he nicely rolls the black in, that is going to be the case. So, at the end, Daniel Wells always had this frame. pretty much under control, apart from the fact of conceding that chance to Williams. And you could argue that that was a fluke, really. But nevertheless, Williams certainly had his chance, and probably was the only opportunity that he had in the opening frame. Only managed to get 16 points out of it, and Daniel Wells is going to get 8 points, but that's going to be enough here to get himself into the opening frame as the winner here. As yes, Williams, I'm just not too sure why he's tried to play his shot there, commit a foul of 4 points, and anyway, it is going to be a frame to Daniel Wells there. And under the weird circumstances, it is going to be Daniel Wells to a great start for himself to get himself into the final. Remember, in the 2 meetings in between the two of them, Wells has only managed to take away 1 frame out of Williams, being whitewashed in the UK Championship in 2018, and also being on the receiving end of things at the China Open in 2014, losing that match by 5 frames to 1. He's already off to a good start here. So it is now Daniel Wells 1, Mark Williams 0. Getting into the second frame. And the poll suggests that you think that it is 84% for Mark Williams, 16% there for Daniel Wells. But I think the thing you have to consider is Wells has been playing really well throughout this week. He's been really good here last year, and there's no real shame in losing the world number 1. That pretty much was the best snooker player on the tour last year. Judd Trump there, ultimately the runner-up to Karen Wilson in the first ever China Grand Prix. And Wells is off to a great start now. Williams has been struggling to find his form, and he certainly has to do that pretty soon, because the last thing he wants to do is repeat the scenario of going 2 frames down. And remember, he has lost out the opening frame to all 3 of Barry Hawkins, Liu Haotiang and Zhou Yulong there, but managed to win all those matches to get himself into the semi-final. But of course, he can't keep relying on that sort of stuff, and has to try and perform right now. The odds for his name are now going to be 1.50 for Williams to progress into the final, and 2.62 for Wells to try and do the same thing. So Williams is still a significant favourite there, but the odds in his favour has gone twice as far from him now, and it is going to be Daniel Wells, well, trying to get himself as the favourite right now. He certainly will do that if he gets himself the second frame on the board, and he's going to be off to the perfect start now against Williams, as we just wait for the referee to signal the start of the second frame. It's going to be very important for Williams to try and get himself back on track from the get-go. So he's always said in his interviews that he's been there and thereabout, trying to produce his best, but the opening frame hasn't been good enough, and he'll know that better than anyone else here. So needs a response, and Wells needs to try and keep doing what he's managed to do in the opening frame, get the most out of safety battles, and try and exploit the chances that inevitably going to be presented to him there, as the referee is ready for us to have the second frame underway. And it is going to be Mark Williams with the break-off to get us going in frame number 2. So I don't think it was ever a possibility there to see an absolute whitewash there, or a 6-1 or 6-2 scoreline of Williams beating Wells. Don't think it's likely for that to happen on the other way around either. Although Williams doesn't start off with a great break-off shot here. So Wells can try and exploit this red in towards the right corner. The problem is the cue ball is going to be pretty close right now to the ball cushion, and he goes against that, so goes for the opposite side of the table and just plays the cue ball into it, and doesn't want to catch the ping there, because that will give full control there to Williams, and it is going to be 6 points to Mark Williams. So Daniel Wells not getting off to a great start here, and of course can't afford to do that the second time around. He'll probably be forced to go for another shot selection. Remember, you can't have 3 miss rules in a row, because if that's going to be the case, if you miss the red that is open play for you, it's going to be the frame to your opponent, And well, just instructing the referee to make sure, tell him where the pink spot was previously. And now we're going to get onto the cue ball, trying to put it exactly where it was. So right now, it looks to be in a nice little position there for Wells, and he's happy about it. So we're going to have attempt number 2 coming up. And as long as he just keeps, you know, sort of the path of the cue ball away from the pink, which he hasn't managed to do. So I remember what I mentioned about the 3 miss rule in a row. You can't really go for the same shot now. And it's going to be very interesting to see if he does decide to do that, because, you know, if he catches the pink for the 3rd time in a row, it is going to be the frame to Mark Williams here. And this is the time where the pressure is going to get a significant point to you. So the referee should give a warning there to Wells, and he will do right now. And Wells has to either change something, his trajectory, and commit himself, or go for the red in towards the right corner. Now has to change the shot selection there, can't afford to be going for the same mistake 3 times in a row, but in the end manages to go for a really nice shot there for himself. Gets the yellow in the way of the red. That was potentially a threat there in towards the right corner, and he's now off to a good start now in the 2nd frame after giving 12 points away to Williams previously. It doesn't look like that's going to matter too much to him, and it's Williams now that has to produce a little bit of a brilliant safety shot there. And has he managed to do it? I think the yellow is going to be in the way of the red. That is still a very dangerous spot there into the right corner. Wells will try and see if that is the case. And if it is, he'll have no other choice than to go potentially for the same shot cushion first there. The one that got him 12 foul points previously, but I think he would settle for foul points over this now, because he nearly given away something very, very big there to Mark Williams. In fact, it's no guarantee that he hasn't. There's a red that is playable there for Williams into the right corner, and he's just not too sure if he wants to take this one on, because missing that red is not going to be very kind to him. But I suppose it's one of those reds that you can't actually ignore here, and you have to try and take on. Well, it's a massive shot for him right now. If he just rolls this one into the corner, gets himself on the black, which is exactly what he managed to do. So he's now been 13 points clear, having a nice little position up ahead of him. We could see the return of Mark Williams back into the action. His highest break being only 16 points up to this point. And he's already got himself 50% of that. So 1 more red and 1 more black for him to equal that. Not so good performance in the opening frame. And try and be off to a good start to frame number 2 himself. After Wells was struggling there to an extent to get his forward onto the safety battle. You know, something that he's managed to dominate in the previous frame. Williams has managed to exploit as his weakness. And right now got very much a deserved chance for that. And rolls the black in to get himself a break of 16 points. And as I say, that equals his best performance in the opening frame. The red will make sure you get at least 1 point clear of that. And I think he has to go for the blue shot this time around. So just has to make sure he lands on the top side of it, which he will. So nice shot there from Williams. And just roll the blue in towards the right middle. Get yourself lined up on one of the last available reds. A little bit short of pace there on the cue ball, but just about enough not to make the shot too tricky. And once again, this time around, it will be the black that is going to be the target ball after this red. So use the cushion to his advantage, but wants to be the top part of the black there. To go for the red along the cushion instead. Looks like you'll settle for much more of an angle and try and send the cue ball into the reds now. And he's going to be happy with himself because he's managed to free up 1 red and a half there. One of those is going to be potable right now into the right middle, and the other one is probably still potable in towards the right corner there. So 42 points advantage is already there for Williams. And if he just manages to get some pace on the cue ball here, get some distance in between the white and the cushion now on the right hand side of the table, get himself a chance for a 50 points advantage. And, once again sending the cue ball in towards the reds now. But has to make sure he doesn't take the eye off the pot there. And he's going to get very lucky there because he missed the black, but he got a very healthy double kiss off that black. Send the cue ball in towards the top part of the table. So it's 31 points there for him. Still very shy on breaks there, both of the players. 34 for Wells and now 31 for Williams in the opening frame and a half. The match still hasn't been up to its best standard, but that could be yet to come there. Because Wells doesn't have, unless there's a hidden plan there, he doesn't have too many options. And the best thing he can try and do with this shot is try and develop the reds, make sure he misses the yellow, which he didn't manage to do. And that will leave a chance there for Williams to try and cut the red in towards the left corner. Alternatively, he can try and go for another red in towards the right corner of the table. And this line is looking very good there to have the cue ball in behind the green. In fact, it's a perfect shot and certainly is the shot of the match so far by Mark Williams, because that will put Daniel Wells into all sorts of trouble. And the good news for him is he's got a red onto the black ball cushion there to try and roll the cue ball up towards. Hello everyone, hello. And as he played this shot just about enough there, he wants to put it exactly on the cushion. And he's managed to do that, Williams. So right now it is going to be Mark with a chance now to send the cue ball in towards the top part of the table once again there. Potentially get it towards the yellow spot. Maybe even above it. Don't think he can try and go for the green once again here. But he is considering to try and take this red into the right corner. I suppose if he plays this one with a lot of power, he can have a chance there. And he hasn't quite played this one with enough power there, Williams, because you can understand what he was trying to do, get himself on a comfortable break there. But instead he's going to give the same red away now to Daniel Wells. It's not quite over the pocket, but it's still it being not a mid-range shot. It's still possible there for him. And Wells can try and exploit that red as an availability there for him. If he can get see enough of that. He seems to go for another shot there, which surely still has to be an attacking threat. But as he gets nowhere near the pot, and he actually leaves the same red onto the left corner of the table. Very surprised to see that short selection there from Wells, because that's going to put him massively on the back foot here and give another chance now to Mark Williams to go for this pot now. And surely if he makes this one, it'll be just a matter of time until he closes off the frame. But it was a big effort for him to try and make that red stick. But hold on there. Wouldn't go out of it just yet because he's going to fluke a red. He doesn't know about it yet though. But that is a massive fluke there for him. He was going back to his seat without looking at that red. But as he flukes one in towards the left corner, this could be a massive game changer in frame number 2 here. If he just manages to take the blue in, get himself lined up for the red, which, to be fair to him, don't think he's done too good of a job at doing. You know, it's going to be a difficult rest shot now into the right corner. Williams is far from his best right now, but the best news for him could be the fact that he's very close to having to start all over again now and to go back to the scoreline being even. As he gets that red in towards the right corner and the blue into the right middle is going to be possible as well. So 50 points clear is Williams right now. Still 91 points on the table. He's not over with this match just yet. And yeah, he needs this frame to be over as quickly as possible. Hopefully get himself a significant break of more than 31 points, which is so far his highest in the match here. And he just has a look to see if there's a line there for the cue ball to travel back to the lower part of the table, and doesn't seem to find it just yet. Have the blue to try and pot into the right middle, put himself 55 points clear, with still 91 points on the table. And to rattle that one in, couldn't miss the green in the end. And is the cue ball just going to travel enough there? And it seems to land in between of all of those reds there. So the camera is not showing if that red into the right corner will actually go there. But if it isn't, It's going to be a massive waste of that chance that was presented to Williams by the luck of circumstances anyway. So what he's going to try and do here, he's going to push a red on towards the black ball cushion, get the red and white separated there, but not doing too great of a job either. So it has been an awful start now for Williams. Once again, just managing 11 points off that break. And Daniel Wells is going to be compromised by the brown there, so he's not going to try and go for the red in towards the left corner. Instead, he's going to try and go for the cross double. The cue ball is going to go close to the green pocket, but not going to drop into it. And decent shot once again there by Wells. Williams can try and go for the red into the left corner if he can get through to that one. The angle on the cue ball will make sure that the white is going to be somewhat safe. And just get the cue ball in towards the lower part of the table here once again for you. And make sure he's got enough pace to run back the table. But once again, Williams just not doing enough there in terms of the pace, catching the red a bit too thick there in the progress. And the cue ball is going to go way down the baulk line. And Wells once again has got a couple of shots that he can try and go for. This time not being so much compromised by the brown, but still hasn't got too much space there to try and put his hand up onto the table. And get himself with a potential pot chance, which will still put him in with a great chance of taking the second frame, even though he is currently 55 points down. Still more than enough points there for him on the table. Not too many troubles really to try and deal with. In fact, there's probably only one of those, the green being quite close to the baulk line and underneath the yellow spot. But until then, Daniel Wells still doesn't seem to be too convinced about which shot does he actually have to play. And goes for a safety in the end. So wasn't confident in trying to take the red on there. And the cue ball position is going to be pretty much sublime there. And he's going to go up towards the yellow pocket there. Really nice shot there by Wells yet again. Getting the most out of the safety that presents to himself. And Williams got it all to do again. And he can't afford to be, underrunning on the cue ball. He has to make sure that he gets it as far down the baulk line as is possible, while still getting the red save. So a little bit of a switch in the pace there by him. And gets a double kiss for good measure. This is possible now for Wells. It was a quick decision there by Williams to try and go for sending the cue ball onto the black ball cushion. And instead he's going to give up a chance now to Daniel Wells to take this red in towards the right corner. Sending the cue ball in towards the reds and the pink here. So that's going to be an issue for him as well. But the most and the biggest issue is going to be trying to get this red in towards the corner. And he's not going to do that. It's not like he was on the colour anyway. There's going to be a massive chance given away now to Mark Williams, who gets away with another error there. And ultimately, even though he wasn't playing his best stuff so far, he could still find himself going into the third frame with it being one frame each there. Daniel Wells unable to exploit all the chances that came to his name. And right now, all Williams needs is a good transition there onto the blue. And it's a perfect transition, just about as much as he could have done on that particular shot. And now, surely, it is going to be frame to Mark Williams in just a couple of shots time. Gets himself nicely onto the red, into the right middle. The thing that he has to be careful about is the black and the pink not being available. So has to be playing the cue ball onto the blue here. Once again, into either left or right middle. And really nice shot once again now by Williams. So two shots back to back he played off the reds to try and land himself on the top side of the blue. Doing that consecutively. He's going to get himself up to 12 points here on the current break. And develops one more red. So surely he's going to be now frame to Mark Williams. Gets himself 67 points clear. So the red is going to be frame ball for a win in the second frame here. And once again, nice little shot there on the red. And a frame ball is taken. So it is going to be one frame each going into frame number 3 there. Very important for Williams not to allow his opponent to be drifting away there with a 2-frame cushion. And I think it's a big waste there, and it's a big letdown by Wells to himself, the fact that he hasn't won 2 of the opening frames. Because had he done that, he probably puts himself as a slight favourite going into frame number 3, but instead, he's back to square one, and it's actually Mark Williams that finds a little bit of form as he tries to have a significant breakpoint building. He's up to 25 points here, 80 points altogether there, and remember, Wells still didn't have a pot there into the second frame as Williams manages to get a semi-difficult red in towards the right corner. We'll put the black exactly where it belongs, back on his spot there, and have one more red that he can try and play along the cushion. So he's already up to 33 points, his highest break in the match here so far, but could he try and get it one step further and get higher than Daniel Wells has managed to previously? 34 points, he's going to equal that right now with a brilliant red along the cushion here. But the problem with those kind of shots is you're always going to leave yourself on the cushion here for the black. So does he manage to take this black in towards the left corner? Yes, he can. And yes, he does manage to do that. So wonderful stuff there from Williams. And he's in with a shout now for a total clearance, potentially. Getting by far the highest break of the match here. And he's up to a 97 points advantage, of course. Still accumulating all of those pots and points. You know, started off with a nice little 12 points of a gap there to himself after Wells caught the paint twice in a row there after playing a cushion shot. And in the end, Williams trying to force himself of a hammering angle on the red to try and have it into the left corner. Instead, he's going to miss the ping previously. So the break of 42 points is going to be the maximum that Mark Williams can produce in frame number 2. But ultimately, it's going to get him the frame win. And we're going to be heading into frame number 3 with it being Mark Williams 1, Daniel Wells 1 as well. And opening frames almost taking 50 minutes there in the end. It is nothing to separate the two players, and turns into a very interesting end of the first mini session. Is it going to be a draw there, or is one of the players going to take 2 frames on the bounce to get themselves a nice little healthy lead of 3 frames to 1 ahead of the second mini session after the break of 15 minutes time? We're going to be looking forward to that one. And I think Wells once again finds himself needing to win the frame, because you just have to feel like if Mark Williams manages to get himself ahead, it'll be a massive challenge for Wells to try and get the last frame of the opening mini session 1 there and under his belt. Until then, he's still in with a great chance of getting to the final. His first one in his career of a ranking event final. Right now, has to be very cautious about the shot approach that he takes, and he's going to be very quick out of his chair to go for a break-off shot now. As soon as the referee gives him the thumbs up there, he's going to try and do that as soon as possible. And yeah, just having a look to the referee, doesn't seem to be too happy with him taking his time. Wells clearly wants to get on with it as quickly as he can, but the referee doesn't think so, as he takes the cue ball away from the table. So Wells has to wait a little bit there for the third frame to be underway. That percentage is still being very confident there, and very comfortable for Mark Williams in terms of who's going to win the match in its entirety. And so far it is 87% in his favour, 30% think of you that he is going to be Daniel Wells to try and do that. And still no sign of referee returning with the cue ball. Now there is. And Daniel Wells, once again, is off from his seat very quickly to try and get himself onto the break-off shot. Sending the cue ball down the table once again now. And hoping that he does a little bit better than he's done on the first frame. Didn't manage to give anything away there to Williams, but still has had some reds that were remotely away from the pack there. Once again, a similar shot there from Wells. And I think Williams can try and go for this red in towards the right corner. The black is covered up by the other red there, so he's not going to try and hang for it. And misses the red by a mile there. Still think he was trying to play that shot. And he's going to get the cue ball almost in behind the brown. But in the end, well, still will have a very significant part of the table available there to him. Especially the right-hand side of the reds. Oh, look, he's underneath the pink here. As Wells just has a look there to see if he's got loads of availability to try and go for the red into the left corner. And the benefit of that shot is if he manages to get underneath the cue ball with a significant amount of it, I mean the backspin, he can try and go for the red without really risking of leaving anything there on the table apart from the red that he's actually played. So he misses the red, but as I say, doesn't leave anything there away to Williams, apart from maybe one of those really difficult cuts to try and play in towards the left corner. Don't think it would have been the plan there for Williams to try and catch the jaw after being handed that advantage there. And once again, Wells has a chance to go for the red in towards the left corner, but has to rely on a little bit of luck there, you would think, because I don't think there's a clear pathway for the cue ball to travel on towards the top part of the table here and get himself guaranteed with a colour position. So maybe just we'll use the same red to try and get it into the main bunch and not go for aggressive shot just yet. So uses the red underneath it, but for that he doesn't want to catch the brown here because Williams will certainly have a much better angle to have a go at this red into the left corner, but as he has still got the slightest of angles, he's going to be heading into a similar position that Wells would have been had he taken that shot on previously. So Williams will refuse that shot as well there, but the line on the cue ball is looking very nice there for him to certainly cover up the left-hand side of the table, and the right-hand side of it is bunched up so closely together that it's hard for Wells to try and find an actual easy shot there for him to play. Right now, very nice camera angle there to just demonstrate how few and how little of those red balls he can actually see there in terms of their portion and the amount. And once again there, just has to maybe take a cushion shot there from the right hand side, something that we've seen him do a lot of during the second frame. And so he just has a look at the line there. The line is going to be pretty kind to him as well, but you have to be cautious on this approach, because even though there's going to be loads of reds to be in the way of each other, it's no real guarantee that they're actually going to cover up all of the options there for him. So he goes for a more straightforward two cushion shot there, but he's not going to catch this one too well, and he's going to catch the yellow instead, so misses all of those. Wilson and Murphy, one of them new champion. I mean, if you talk about for these China Grand Prix, it's a bit disrespectful to Williams. I still would say that, he's having a little bit of an easier opponent. I think Wilson and Murphy could still take out each other, and Williams, if he manages to get through this early struggle against Wells, he's still going to be the favourite in the final in being the highest seed. Because the referee just tries to re-establish there the position of the cue ball and the yellow for Daniel Wells to have a go at number 2. But if you talk about this season, then Murphy has already been a champion of British Open, and Gary Wilson has been a runner-up at the Wuhan Open. And as I say, I still think that it is going to be Mark Williams as a massive favourite going into that final. And until then, Wills still has a chance here to try and go for attempt number 2 here. But I think the referee has let him know that he's going to count this second miss as a massive one there. And, well, good news is Wells manages to get the red in, but not so good is the fact that he's probably left out the red there available to him. So Williams still has to be cautious on this approach. Maybe use the same red to just play it into the bunch, because the cue ball is going to be heading towards the main pack of reds there. Once again, no real guarantee for him to land on the colour at all. Williams can represent at the time. I just think that, you never know with Wilson or Murphy. I could still see any of them winning that match. I still think Murphy comes into it as a favourite, especially after the, beating the world number 2, beating Ding Zhuyi there, the home favourite, and being the last winner of the ranking event here at the British Open. And Williams does indeed go for a safety shot approach, but he's going to catch the yellow on the way that he didn't really want, and the cue ball is going to finish there for Wells nicely to get himself lined up on some of those safety shots as well. And he just has a look there to see if he can get through to that red onto the right-hand side of the table. Try and push it in towards the black there. And still, the position is very much horrible for whoever gets himself onto the break. I think this is very much compromised by the fact of not any of them actually taking the chance to go for a pot there. But it's a brilliant chance now for Daniel Wells to exploit the brilliance of the shot that he just played. Getting the cue ball in behind the yellow here really, really nicely. And Williams finds himself into a lot of trouble. Because the problem is, in that position, you've got 15 reds spread out onto the lower part of the table. Neither of them has gone above the sort of pink line. And now Williams has to find himself hitting a shot off the cushion and making sure that he doesn't leave any of those away there. So very important shot. I think he has to go for the main bunch there, but has to play this one with as little power as possible. And yeah, he was going to catch the pink if the cue ball has continued that line. But instead, I think it's going to be a chance now to Daniel Wells and him exploring the maximum benefit from that position. He's got a red in towards the left corner. That is not going to be a too difficult of a cut there for him. And just trying to get that one inside the pocket. The angle on the cue ball is going to be there for the white to land on the blue. And just want to be just too straight on this one. So right now it's the first chance in the third frame for Daniel Wells after a lengthy safety battle. We finally got the player to get the breakthrough here and get himself into a nice little circumstance of a position. The black is still potable into the left and right corner, but very much lower than its usual spot. And the first time he's going to be potted and goes back on his spot there, he's going to probably be out of position there for either one of the players. But Wells probably looking to try and exploit that and change that fact. If he goes for the red, that is just going to be just underneath the black spot. He can try and free up the black there to go into the right corner off his spot. And that could be a significant point there for him to improve his chances of having a successful break. But he doesn't really want to be bridging over a red there, so he tries to go for that one first into the left corner. Surely go for the blue. Once again into the right middle. And get himself lined up on towards the next shot there. Wants to miss the blue though. And he's going to have very little distance there in between the colour and the white. But he's still going to be good enough there for him. Trying to send a cue ball down the table yet again here. And get himself lined up on one of those reds into the right corner. So all about those little chances that Wells has got ahead of himself. And this time, once again, it's a position that is quite complicated, especially in the red's perspective. But the colours are not being too kind to him either. The ball colours are all available. The blue is, of course, available as well. This is going to be the main colour that Wells tries to exploit. And the black and the pink are not currently in the potable position. And even if they were, both of their spots are compromised currently. And Wells has gone for the reds there. And it's a lovely little shot there for him, because he gets him a couple of more of those reds into the right corner. Ultimately, he can try and go for the black right now if he can't find a way to get himself onto the blue ball. And just make sure that he's not going to be able to get to the black for the next couple of shots there. But ultimately, it's all about now there for him. And getting the cue ball into a nice little trajectory now to, if he sends this one with a lot of pace, risking the pot on the black, he can try and develop all of those reds around the black pocket. and can try and free up more space there for the most expensive of the colours. He decides to go against that, so clearly not fancying to go into the mix of reds with no real guarantee of landing on any one of those. So being 20 points clear, one more red into the left corner, and once again sending the cue ball up for the blue this time around. Potentially we'll need a little bit of a cannon as well here, and doesn't want to be too high on the blue though. Does look to be the case here. Can't really go for the brown with it being out of position as well. The green is not going to provide the angle, so has to take the blue on. But once again has to rely on a little bit of rock there, sending the cue ball into the bunch of reds. He wants to land on one, and he does seem to try and go for the red that is actually available into the left corner. Didn't actually think it was, with the angle being a little bit deceptive there. And I mean, it was deceptive, but even from the angle that he's showing right now, I'm still not sure that it's actually potable there for Wells. And it's not an easy shot to try and take on into the left corner. The cue ball is going to cannon itself into the pink there. So I should judge this one really well there. And I'm surprised he's gone for the risk of taking that shot on, because it doesn't guarantee himself a pot right now. And he also doesn't guarantee himself next shot on the colour. But looks like he's going to have to play this shot here. Although he does seem to have some second thoughts about it. Just having a look to see if he can find a better safety shot, but seems to commit to it. So the red right now to go into the left corner. Massive shot now for him on this break. Has to play this one with some power. And he's played this one really, really well there, because he's got himself into a perfect angle on the pink now, into the left middle. And the red is into the corner pocket as well. So he just has to see if the pink is going to go back on his spot there. Because if it does, his red's availability is going to be limited once again now. So has to either try and get the cue ball as close to the pink spot as possible, but surely the option of just rolling up to another red is going to be better, because you're risking off not having a safety shot at all there. And it doesn't seem that he's going to land on anything here, apart from a difficult red off into the right middle, trying to go for an aggressive shot there, splitting the reds up, but not really giving himself anything to play for in the attacking fashion. So just rolls the red towards the left hand side of the cushion and gets the cue ball very close to being in behind the yellow once again now. And in fact, it's a perfect shot yet again now by Daniel Wells. Very similar to the one that gifted him the chance of 30 points previously. And right now Williams has to send the cue ball down the table once again now from a lot of cushion escape. So 1, 2, 3 now. And he's going to go onto the lower part of the table. I think he's going to be short of base here. And is he going to just about reach it? He will. Just gives the slightest of contacts there onto the red. Perfect shot there. Really well judged there from Williams. From the first time of asking. Gets himself into the opportunity now to still be in the shouts for this frame. Wells has got a gap of 33 points to his name, and also basically has a shot in hand now, as there's no distance in between the red and the cue ball, but the red has gone way too close to the cushion and onto the pocket now. So if Williams can see this one, he can try and go for it, and the shot advantage that I was talking about Wells could still be the chance against him if it's going to be used now by Williams, and it is going to be potted there. How's the cue ball going to land? I don't think it's going to land too well there for him, because all the ball colours are going to be in the way of each other. In fact, yeah, he's probably landed in the worst possible position there for himself. So maybe try and land a snooker of your own there. Try and get the cue ball in behind the green here, and nicely played there by Williams. Covers up the left hand side of the table. Still has more than enough points on the table to can afford basically not to put any of the colours and just try and take it red by red at this stage. 99 still on the table. 32 points is the gap in Daniel Wells' advantage. He could still, well, he's not going to get himself higher up the rankings if he's going to be knocked out of the semi-final spot, because he managed to reach the semi-final stage last season, and it just means that he's going to stay at the world number 47 and get himself some more ranking points if he is to beat the Welsh putting machine here. So for now, Williams has got a touching ball after Wells manages to catch the red on the first time of asking. Williams is not going to be too happy with himself on this shot, although he has covered up the left-hand side of the table for a cross double. And the right-hand side of it is not going to be too active there for Wells either. So wouldn't be surprised if we see another cushion first shot there. And the alternative being the little plant of reds to try and send in towards the black ball cushion and send one of those down the table there. And it's actually gone for a shot that reminds you of the break-up shot that Williams used to exploit. Hitting the cushion first with a lot of right-hand spin. Nicely played there by Wells. Not giving any sort of room there for him. And Williams, once again, with a better line this time around. The cue ball is going to be closer to the ball cushion. And this time, it's going to be right up above the brown here. And this is a tricky shot now, acknowledged by Wells, by a little tap on the table. And, I mean, he's got no better option than to try and do something with his red on the left-hand side. I don't think he's going to have to go for that one in an attacking fashion. But manages to produce a decent shot there, and he's going to turn from decent to very nice there if the cue ball is going to find his way in behind the green now. And Williams has to exploit whether that is the case. Because, of course, if it is, he's finding himself in a difficult position for good measure there. I think he's looking to go for this red now. Try and catch it with the right-hand side here. And get it up towards the left-hand side of the table. So the cue ball is going to stay onto the ball cushion and very nice shot once again now. So Williams putting all the troubles that he's had in the previous two frames of the safety thing very much behind him. Wells still playing some good safety shots here. And it's all about when you get those chances of trying to make the break that is going to be higher than 34 or 42 points, which is so far the highest that the two players have managed to produce. Once again, nice little line there of the cue ball. And is it going to land in behind the yellow? I think Williams is just about fine to maybe swerve slightly in behind the yellow. And still trying to get himself onto one of those reds. Try and push those into the right corner pocket. And alternative is not going to be too great there for him. Two cushion escape is not going to be easy from the way that yellow is currently positioning himself. And just waiting to see if Williams has played the shot really well. And he has, pushing one more red on towards the cushion, which is not going to be nice news for him there, because he is the one that is currently behind by 32 points. But ultimately, it is all about just trying to get himself in with a chance here. And get himself into the opportunity to be challenging Wells for a chance of a pot there. Once again, nice little shot there by Wells. And very limited options that Williams has got up ahead of himself. The red is going to be pushed in towards the right-hand side of the table. And Williams needs to make sure the cue ball is going to run further than that, though, because he is going to give away the first chance of a significant amount of time to Daniel Wells here. Once again, just not getting enough pace there on the cue ball. Probably scared to overrun the pace, but underrunning could be just quite as damaging. And Wells has got a chance to try to take this red into the right corner. The cue ball is going to be heading in towards the free space there. So as long as he accelerates with enough power himself, he should still be safe there. But the red is going to go higher up the table, so there's going to be a chance now given away to Williams. And I don't think he's going to try and take the same red there that Wells has managed to miss previously. But he's got one more there to the right corner of his own. And all about trying to pot this red here. Get himself onto the pink. But it's not going to be the case either. So a couple of misses there from each of the two. And Wells can try and go for the same red into the green corner this time around. Being 32 points clear already. As long as he gets himself onto the lower part of the table. Or at least gets those two reds in. That are currently well, sort of above the bulk line. He can get a little bit more of a healthier gap there to his name, but first he has to take this red in towards the green pocket. It's not the easiest shots of them all, and well, we missed that one by an absolute country mile. That red is cannoned into the main pack of reds on the lower part of the table, and it's Williams that will step back to the table once again now to go for the red that Wells has missed previously into the yellow pocket this time around. And as he cuts this one in, he's going to be just about fine for the shot on the blue now. So 91 points on the table. Very much a quest there for Williams to try and get the maximum on the current break. And just looking to see if there's any room for him to try and land on one of those reds. Or does he have to send the cue ball into those and hope that he's going to try and land on at least one of those. Now the blue into the left middle. And is he going to have to play the shot with a lot of power? The line is looking good there for the cue ball. And has he been rewarded with one of the reds being available into the left corner? It looks like he has. That way it's a brilliant shot there by Williams. Managing to get something out of a position that didn't look like it was possible. All those points are going to matter there to him. Because even if he gets a break of 12 points, he could still sort of half the deficit in between himself and Daniel Wells, and still in B with a great shout of taking this frame. Right now he's got himself at least a couple of more reds into the right corner. And he's now behind by only 19 points there, 83 on the table. So still very much unlikely that he'll actually win the frame from the current visit to the table, with at least 5 of those reds being compromised by each other. And there are 2 groups of 3 and 2 there. But for now, it's a black to go into the left corner for Williams. Try and send the cue ball and hold it as much as he can there. Don't think he's going to have an awful lot of room for that though, because he has to bridge over another red there. Not too sure whether that was the plan previously there for him. And I mean, he can try and just absolutely roll the black in, but he's going to risk off either missing this one or sort of overrunning anyway. And let's see if he does manage to take this one in, and he does. So all about the angle that he's got on this red right now into the right corner. 26 points is the amount that he managed to score right now. 11 points down. And he's going to be 67 available after he manages to pot this red in towards the right corner. The black should follow into the same corner pocket. And him trying to accelerate the cue ball as just with as much power as he could have at that time. In the end, the 3 reds that I was talking about are going to be pretty much in a straight line there. So let's see if Williams has got a little bit of the angle to try and send the cue ball into one of those. And ultimately get himself with a chance to continue the break. Doesn't seem to be the case. He's tried his best there. And he certainly managed to get the break of 29 points. That is going to get him from being 32 points behind to just 3 points behind right now. And certainly a favourite now for this frame. But does he go for the red along the cushion here? It's a risky shot for him to try and take on. Has to play it with a lot of power as well, because the black has gone outside of its spot and he's going to miss it. And is the pink going to go to his rescue now? Or is Wells going to be able to pot this red into the right corner? I mean, Williams knew what he was doing there. Trying to accelerate the cue ball there, but has he done enough at that time? Can Wells get through the pink there, get himself onto the red shot? And it doesn't look like he can. I mean, if you ask me, but he seems to try and do something about it. And I was going to say, it looked like he couldn't get anywhere near it. Clearly played with the swerve to get so close. But you can't be playing shots like that when you have no control of the cue ball or the positional sense of the pot there. Williams has got a little bit of an easier shot now into the right corner. If he just manages to cut this one in, the cue ball will be pacey to get himself onto either black or brown in towards the middle. He can go for the yellow into his own pocket there, but it's all about, does he want to go for that red? And has he got any of the easy reds to try and land himself in, or does he just go for a shot in behind the black here, which he does seem to play really well here. So he has gone for a safe shot there, trying to get the cue ball as close to the black that is currently sitting onto the brown spot as possible. So 4 reds onto the lower part of the table. 4 colors being on the spots there, and only the brown and the black currently the ones that are off their spots respectively. So all about seeing Daniel Wells here, and the way he's going to get out of this situation. Still doesn't seem to have a clear plan up ahead of him. So he's got a couple of options clearly in his mind, but the thing that you have to try and do is get to the lonely red that is currently not there, part of the 3-ball plan there. But the way to do that really is from the left hand side of the table, which is currently blocked by the black and the brown. So Wells has to make this shot stick very, very nicely there for himself, because if he doesn't and he gives away another chance there to Williams, surely it's going to be one too many there for the Welsh putting machine to actually miss. And well, it's looking good there for the attempt number 1. And let's see if Williams is going to take this red on now into the right corner. And the answer is no, he's not going to do that. So he's clearly learning from the mistake that he's made previously in this match. And Daniel Wells is going to have attempt number 2 coming up, as he no longer finds himself ahead in this match for the first time actually since the opening frame. That Williams is technically up ahead in this match, being 2 points clear with it being 1 frame each. Managing to overcome an early frame deficit there, trying to get a frame advantage now to his name. And gets the cue ball into the green pocket there, trying to accelerate it with a better trajectory line this time around. And yeah, seems to have given enough there of a room for Williams to try and actually take that red in towards the right corner pocket. So 4 more points given away there by Daniel Wells, but ultimately it all comes down to Williams trying to make that red in towards the corner pocket, which he will certainly do. Get himself lined up for the blue as well. So not sure if he can actually try and land on one of those reds in towards the left corner, or does he have to send the cue ball into the cluster of 2 of those and try and get himself lined up on either one of the 2. Yeah, he's gone for the shot of trying to send the cue ball into the reds there, but don't think he's going to be too happy with himself. This is an awkward shot for him to try and play, and it's a similar one that he's missed previously. So the right approach probably would be to try and play a safety shot right now. But it's the question of if he's actually going to try and do that. Yeah, he's going to have the red catch the front jaw. It felt like the wrong shot for him to play, but he's still gone for it. And he is smiling there, but I don't think he'll be smiling if Daniel Wells is managing to clear up from this position. He's certainly going to be able to get through to the red in one way, shape or form. And the only real problem that he's got up ahead of himself is going to be the brown, that is currently quite close to the left middle there. Still being probably not potable in that pocket in the same time, but yeah, I don't think Wells would have been trying to aim for the red to try and sort of be taken into the right corner pocket. Right now he puts the 2 reds in advance there. So 10 points behind now, and having the slightest of angles on the blue here. I don't think that's gone according to plan. He can't really go for the pink into the right corner. So the only thing that is going to be available is trying to get a lot of power on the shot from the blue and get himself lined up as close as possible to this red. But when I say as close as possible, he hasn't done enough there. He's put a lot of distance in between the cue ball and the cushion of the black ball. So this shot is getting tricky, and it's a question of if he's actually going to take this shot on. They'll be 5 points down. There's no real guarantee that he's actually going to be away into a straightforward clearance, which is something that he's going to need to get himself off into the frame. And is he going to get this red and drop it? He's not going to do that, and it could be the shot that costs him very dearly right now, because Williams has got a chance of taking this red on himself. And well, he's 5 points clear now, so I'm not sure if he's going to need the brown himself, but what he certainly needed was a much better shot than that there, landing exactly in between the blue and the pink. And ultimately, the chance that I thought was going to be massive there to his name is only going to result in a snooker attempt of in behind the blue, which is not going to be too bad for him at this stage, I suppose, because he would have definitely needed the brown at that stage. So get himself into a prime position for the yellow would have been the expectation. And now we're going to have a change of turn. So Daniel Wells is going to step up to the table and try and find an escape now from this shot. I think clearly going for the right cushion first, sending the cue ball onto the baulk line and trying to cannon the yellow nicely. And he's got this one on the first time of asking, and he's actually got the perfect cue ball control as well. So the risk that Williams has taken there is, well, doesn't seem to pay off just yet. Once again, has to send the cue ball into the top part of the table, try and potentially get the green in between the yellow and the white. But that way, Wells will certainly go for a cushion first shot, which is exactly what he's going to do, taking pretty much no time in between the shots. And, well, I mean, I thought he was going to do that, because I didn't think it was actually possible for him to get through to that yellow. He could see enough of it to go for the edge shot there. But this time it's Williams. They can try and go for this yellow in towards the green pocket, send the cue ball in towards the baulk line, very much close to it. Nice shot there for Williams. And Wells can try and pretty much do the reverse thing to it, send the cue ball on towards the black ball area and get the yellow as far up the table as possible. And the line is looking good there for Wells as he approaches another shot there. And I mean, the line was looking good. It's going to be super damn good now, because Williams has to bridge very awkwardly over the pink and try and get the cue ball down the table. Catch the yellow pretty much full ball there and put it on the left hand cushion there. Nice shot by Williams at that time. So Wells has to probably put some more distance in between the cue ball and the yellow once again now. Doesn't want to catch the brown though. The black, I should say. And the cue ball though is positioned still in a nice way there for Wells. And the yellow is very close to the black ball cushion as well. So just has to accelerate the cue ball right now and potentially get the pink in between the yellow and the cue ball. And marginal shot there by Williams. You know, had the yellow traveled a couple of centimeters further down the middle, he would have been available to go for a pot there for Wells. But instead, it's, well, it has to be a safety shot there. Whether he's going to take it as a cushion first shot there is still up for debate. But yeah, Wells not playing that shot particularly well either. He's just put the brown even further down the cushion, so that's not going to be available to play unless it's cannoned into. And I think Williams could try and potentially go for the yellow into the middle, but I think he will go against that with the brown being out of position and just go for a nice little safety shot of his own. Daniel Wells is going to return back to the table here and will surely send the yellow down the table right now, but he's going to be sending way too close towards the left corner and just about gets a nice little angle there. So Williams will have that yellow to try and play as a passive shot there. Don't think he can take that as any sort of potting angle, as you indeed won't do that. Trying to send the yellow in towards the green and the black spot and doing that one really, really nicely. So only 6 points clear right now is Mark Williams, but ultimately getting himself some sort of advantage now. Wells has to play a cushion first shot now and judge the contact on the cue ball really nicely. So the yellow is going to go up the table there. So not going to be an easy pot there for Williams if he tries to take the yellow in. But from what we've seen already previously in this frame, two players refusing the shots that they're not confident of 100% there. And once again, it's a lovely little shot there by Williams, because it's going to block off the entire area there for Wells to try and go for. And, you know, even though the yellow is very close to the black ball cushion, it's still an almighty difficulty of a shot now for Wells to try and play. Being 6 points down And the cue ball is going to be sent in towards the left-hand cushion there for Wells. If he can, he wants to go for the right-hand cushion as well, but that's going to just be so much more difficult because there's going to be an angle that is going to be against him. So he plays this one with a lot of power, and I mean, he's going to leave the yellow inevitably there into its own pocket, but it's actually going to be not such a simple shot there for Williams to try and play. And right now, him being 6 points ahead, he still needs the brown, as I say. With it being massively out of position currently. But for now, Williams has to concentrate on trying to pot the yellow there. Get himself into a nice little position for the green. But doesn't manage to get the yellow at that time of asking. And Daniel Wells is going to step back to the table here. And being only 6 points down there, he can still find himself winning this frame. Can try and potentially develop the brown here, although he does go against that at that time to try and generate the perfect angle on the cue ball, which it looked like he could have done, but in the end didn't manage to produce the buffer of a black in between the cue ball and the yellow. So the frame is reaching pretty much 40 minutes right now. Certainly you would expect it to go above that mark when the frame finishes. And it's been 1.5 hours since the start of the match, and we only had 2 frames fully completed there. Williams is going to get the yellow onto the left-hand side cushion. So under different circumstances, you could potentially say Wells can try and go for a double here and send the yellow in towards the right middle. And he's just having a look to see where the green is currently is. So maybe he will go for the little double of the yellow, because he's not going to risk a lot there by that short selection. And I think he certainly will consider going for the double now, because the safety shot that he played is going to leave Williams with a nice little chance of taking the yellow once again there into its own pocket. The transition onto the green is going to be more complicated, but I think both of the players will just be quite glad to see yellow disappear. Of course, Williams will be the happier of the two if he's the one to actually pot it, which he will do. So it now all comes down to if he actually manages to get himself nicely on this green. And it doesn't seem to be the case though, he's pretty straight on it. So there's no real way for him to try and go back for the brown here. The green will put him 11 points clear. And still 22 on the table, so double the amount. I think the logical outcome is going to be try and get the cue ball as close to the brown as possible and then send it down the table with the cue ball heading in towards and in behind the black there. Couldn't quite generate enough power on the cue ball to get it as close to the brown as it was possible. So just going to go for an ordinary shot, you would think. Surely there's no way that he's going to try and double this one into the middle. And I mean, yeah. He's not going to do that. He's going to try and send the cue ball in towards the black here. And I think he overplayed this one slightly. But it's still a brilliant attempt of a shot there by Williams. And in fact, I think Wells still can't get through to this one. There's no real way for him to try and swerve around the black here. And there's a lot of distance there in between the brown and the nearest cushion there. So 2 cushion escape potential is there for Wells. But being very careful in terms of getting the perfect cannon on this brown. And the cue ball is going to still go down the table. So Williams has got himself with a shot that he's missed previously on a couple of those occasions. As the frame time is going to reach 40 minutes in just a couple of moments time here. It's a massive shot now for Williams because he only needs the brown and the blue. And it's going to be away nicely. Does he make the brown stick? Yes, he does here. So this could be a massive frame for him to try and win after 40 minutes of a massive battle there with Daniel Wells. It all comes down to taking this blue into the right middle. I don't think he's going to care about the pink now because he's 20 points clear. So he needs 2 snookers on the pink. There's Daniel Wells, and looks like the frame is going to be exactly 40 minutes long here because it's a nice little shot by Williams to make sure the pink is going to be very close in towards the left corner, and Wells is not going to continue with this frame. It is going to be Mark Williams 2, Daniel Wells 1, going into the last frame of the first mini session here of this semi-final. So it's only been lengthy, couple of frames, but it has already provided us with some of the entertainment. I'll be hoping that tendency will continue as we're down into the 90 minutes already. So pretty much taking 30 minutes per frame there. Wouldn't say it's been too nice there in terms of players getting the brilliant breaks in. You know, Williams managed to get the break of 42 points at his highest in frame number 2. And the third one is all been about damage limitation there for Williams, trying to get and convert the points advantage that he had at the early stages into something bigger. Of course, had to come down from being 32 points down there. Wells had a nice little cushion until he played a horrid shot there, leaving Williams with a red to try and take on into the right corner. Williams managed to develop some more of those reds and get himself into a nice little position there for the rest of the frame. But this time, it is probably turning into a little bit of a must-win frame for Daniel Wells, because if he is to go and lose 3 frames on the bounce there from Williams, not only does he put him under a lot of scrutiny in terms of the scoreline, but he also takes away anything out of the momentum that he's had prior to the semi-final. And it all comes down to this frame right now for Daniel Wells, because Williams can afford to lose this one, but Wells can't really do that because he would have lost the opening mini session, which, you know, if he does it twice in a row, it's going to be a scoreline of 6 frames to 2, only 1 frame improvement on the best sort of performance of Daniel Wells up against Mark Williams in the 2 meetings that they had up against each other. And that will be even worse of a start if you take into account the fact that Daniel Wells has won the opening frame. And of course, in that case, we'll go down to lose 3 frames of the bounce. For now, it's only 2 though. So he's still in with a chance of making it 2 frames each up until the interval break. And he's going to be in with a great shout of getting back in this semi-final and battling for the spot up against either Gary Wilson or Shaun Murphy. Very much similarly to the sort of derby that we had in the British Open semi-final. That time it was a Scottish derby of Anthony McGill up against John Higgins. This time it is Daniel Wells up against Mark Williams there. And in the other part of the table, of course, it was Shaun Murphy up against Mark Selby. Shaun Murphy managed to win that one. And an all-English derby is going to resume today with Gary Wilson and Shaun Murphy once again there, making it into the semi-final for the 2nd time in succession, after managing to win the British Open up against the Anthony McGill, the only time we didn't have a decider in this year so far, ever since the Shanghai Masters, of course, where Karen Wilson managed to beat Ali Carter by 11 frames to 9. And, yeah, Anthony McGill up against Shaun Murphy was the only other encounter that we didn't reach the maximum amount of frames that were available. Now, both players simultaneously returned from a bathroom break. So we're now going to have the 4th frame to get out of the way. This time it's going to be Mark Williams to get it started for the last frame of the first mini session here. Needs to start off nicely now, Williams. He's had a decent break in frame number 2, but still give away the chance there to Daniel Wells. And this is a much better break there by Mark Williams. Gets himself into a nice position with the cue ball. Not too many reds available either. So Wells has to probably just push the red that is closest to him right now on towards the black there, or somewhere near it. And as he's done it, he's pushed the black on towards underneath his spot there, but also has left out a red there for Williams. So it's all unraveling a little bit now for Daniel Wells. But the extent of that can only be revealed if Williams actually makes this red in. You know, he's missed those couple of long shots previously. And he makes this one though. And it's a brilliant shot in terms of the positional sense on the black as well. The problem is he's only got 1 more red available into the play. And the other 12 are all going to be bunched up in below the pink there, with 1 more of those being onto the black spot there. So it's a nice attempt there by Williams, but ultimately I don't think he's going to get him any more than 8 points after he gets the black with a lot of power there into the right corner, gets the cue ball into the reds really nicely, but the only chance he's got of continuing the break is going to be a difficult red off into the right middle. And it's all about if he actually does manage to take this one on. And I mean, I say difficult, there's 2 reds that are available to him right now, but I thought the first one, which is an easier pot, is not available there because of the beam being in the way. But Williams having a good look to see if that is actually the case. But the fact that he's looking at it for so long there is probably suggesting that he has to play this one perfectly. So, still not up to that speed and performance yet for him to go for the shot like that. I think you have to go for a difficult of a cut. Get the cue ball onto the ball cushion and a little bit of up the table to land on top of the ball colours if he makes this one. Which is not going to give away too much there to Daniel Wells. Probably the only real chance that the world number 47 is going to have ahead of himself is the red that potentially Mark Williams can miss right now into this right middle. So he is taking this red on. It does look to miss this one into the front jaw there. And yeah, the same red is going to be available there for Wells. The problem is he missed that one by quite some margin, Williams. And inevitably catching too much of the cushion. And Wells seems to have a funny exchange there with Williams about him. And I think he surely can just get through to this red in towards the right middle. I mean, the question is going to have to be asked whether he can get through on either one of the ball colours. That's going to be another point up for debate there for him. For now, he needs to focus on making this red past the front jaw. And as he does that one nicely, is he being on the colour though? Just about is. The green is going to be possible there, in towards its own pocket. But it's going to have an almighty angle there for the cue ball. So clearly, a lot of distance to cover up and a lot of speed to travel with for the white now. Wells can try and exploit that as an advantage there to him because, you know, the angle wasn't favourable in the first place for him. So play this one with a lot of speed and try and get himself off into the bunch of reds. In the end, he's gone for the shot of trying to land for the only red available to him into the left corner. And he's played this shot with an absolute beauty there. So 4 points down. He's got this red right now that he can try and play without the rest, you would think. But as he has a go at it, realises he doesn't have probably the height to do that. So has to take the rest as his extension. So just roll the red in. Try and cannon the cue ball into the other reds. And land yourself on the black there. But you see, because he tried to play this one, well, he probably didn't try. Because he played this one into the front jaw of the pocket, the angle on the cue ball wasn't what it would have been. And he played the red exactly in the middle of the pocket. Therefore, he didn't get himself anywhere near the black. Then, in fact, he's actually got himself snookered on the 6 colours. So he's going to call the yellow quite standardly. And he's going to catch this one from the first time of asking. So it's a nice shot there from him. But was very close to actually getting the cue ball in behind the yellow. That's not going to happen here. And only 3 points in between the two players. Still 123 on the table. The reds are in decent position there. But once again, it's not the position that you would expect either one of the players to actually take it away and win the frame from the same visit to the table. And for now, of course, it is all about Williams trying to perform on this shot. And, well, he certainly thought he spotted a plant there. So, I mean, just as I say the Reds are in pretty bad position, Mark Williams said, hold my beer, and I'm going to make them in the perfect position. The problem is, he's probably going to do that at a very high cost for himself, because Daniel Wells has got probably a perfect chance to win this frame. You know, on the previous shot, it looks like the position is covered up and in a horrible state. Right now, if Wells manages to get this red in, which is already pretty much in the corner pocket, get himself onto the black there, could be in with a great chance now of winning this frame. He hasn't gone for the black there, he's clearly gone for the ball colours. And as long as he gets some of the distance in between the cue ball and the cushion, it's going to be alright on the yellow. But Yeah, it's probably one of the worst positions on the table he's actually could have finished, because there's no point on taking the green on, so it's clearly just a brown on the yellow. And a lot of distance there in between the cue ball and those two. So it's not easy to make that shot. And as I say, the position is now absolutely perfect. You know, we've got 4 reds on the cushion, but they're not going to matter at this stage of the frame. With the remaining ones going to be more than enough for either Wells or Williams to take this and put this frame to bed and lead into the intermission with either one of them winning a frame there. But it looks like he will go for the brown here, Daniel Wells, and he needs to get this one in, and he does make this one in, so it's a beautiful shot there for him. The red was always going to be there waiting for him into the left middle, and he's got this one absolutely spot on there. And right now, as I say, he's got this wonderful position all to himself now. And just try and be playing some nice snooker here. Get the cue ball into the red now, into the left middle. And get himself positioned for the blue into the right middle this time around. So a break of 6 points. And this is probably the perfect position for you to try and extend that break of 34 points to something higher there. He's going to get to pretty much a third of that right now with potting the blue. And leaves the cue ball down the table this time around. And he's going to get a nice little cannon to position himself perfectly for the red in towards the right corner. The black probably can't be potted just yet, up until the red that has gone up above this spot is going to be removed. Because the black is currently probably going to go on the yellow spot, which is the last place that Daniel Wells won it. Up right above the yellow as well. So that has to wait for a couple of shots now. And Wells just has to take the blue for a couple of more shots. So it actually makes the position a little bit more tricky there for himself. And well, with the short selection of him actually having to play for the blue, you'd think, he has to take another shot there. And going for the red into the left corner this time around. Playing that one with the rest. Getting the red in nicely. And once again, didn't really like that touch on the red in the progress. So finds himself in a similar position to the one that he was in previously. Taking the brown on that occasion. He's just about fine for taking the blue into the left middle. But that shot is not going to be too easy either. Getting the perfect cut on the blue. The cue ball is going to go down the table in the perfect position there for Wells. To try and exploit even more chances there for him. So all about making this blue in now and trying to avoid the cannon on the black or any other reds. And he hasn't managed to do it. But still fine just about on taking this red just above the black spot. But this position is turned into a little bit of a nightmare now because of him being out of position all the time. He had to, you know, sort of put some of those reds onto the cushion. And all of a sudden, with him being 17 points on the break, he has to take a difficult red on right now and get the cue ball up above the baulk line. And he's going to be alright though. So once again, even though he is making the tough job out of this, he still manages to get the cue ball in to the right positions for the next shot. And he gets himself off into the brown, into the left middle. The cue ball have a nice little angle to travel onto the lower part of the table once again now. And get itself into the better position to the one that it was previously in. But wants to miss the front jaw though of that shot because Williams will be very eager to pounce on this one. And the delay on the commentary was because of, I actually thought he missed that brown. In the end, it looked like he faded away into the pocket, but still wasn't enough there. And Wells misses out on the opportunity that was presented to him. So it's now Mark Williams to have a go at the red into the left corner. And I mean, if that shot was a waste, what a shot this is by Williams, because that is an absolute horror of a shot there. It looked like he finally was in the position there for the first time in the frame and the match to be off into a great distance with a single break and a visit to the table to do all the damage there to Daniel Wells, but instead he misses the first red. That was actually a straightforward pot there for him. into the left corner. So Wells gets away with that mistake and gets himself a nice little position on this red through no fault of his own. So once again, send the cue ball onto the top part of the table. Of course, missing the brown has actually brought it onto the lower part of it. And Williams taking that red out of the black ball spot. It's actually freed up that one nicely. So the position is looking ever so nice now for Daniel Wells in terms of, you know, him having 16 points advantage, only 83 points remaining on the table now. So, you know, you take two of those reds by the pink out of the game, and all of a sudden you're going to be like 40 points clear with 59 on the table, and a nice little cushion there of the cue ball into the reds. It's freed up both of them. Has to go for a little bit of a difficult cut now into the left corner, but still going to be fine there for him. And remember, this is the frame to go into the intermission level now for Daniel Wells. Gets another red into the left corner. This time he's going to travel long distance for the yellow now. Nice little shot there. Doesn't want to be straight on this one, but I think he's alright because he's got the slightest of angles to get the cue ball down the table. And nice shot there played by him, but in terms of potting the yellow, but I mean, I thought he was going to try and cannon the red there off into the left middle, but instead he's just tried to play a weird shot there for the red into the right corner. I say weird because he's landed absolutely nowhere near it. And I mean, another chance comes and goes there for Wells. The breaks of 17 and 9 points don't really represent the picture of the Reds' position previously in this frame, especially from the absolutely wild shot that Williams had to play. And that he thought he had a plant opportunity. In the end, he didn't. Left out a major chance there for Wells, but he only managed to produce 17 points out of it. Let's see if he's going to make more out of the second break. And, I mean, he does manage to get the red in, but once again runs himself out of position on the next yellow here. So it's a really difficult shot if he wants to take this one on into the right middle. But with him running out of reds in the open play, it probably is not the right shot for him to play. And the one that is put either yellow or green off into the right cushion to slow down the comeback of Williams even more there, because, well, he's not going to need that green or yellow with him being 25 points clear and still 5 reds on the table. So clearly just going for the green and putting that one on the cushion. The right shot there for Wells to play. And right now, the breaks of 17 and 10 points in this frame. It's going to be the maximum that Daniel Wells can produce so far. Mark Williams finds himself 25 points down. Similar situation to the one that we've seen in the frame number 2 there, but at that time it was an easier position for Williams to try and produce a comeback from. This time, 4 out of those 5 reds are going to be in a horrible position. The brown has just gone onto the cushion as well. And I think Williams has actually left out that red in the open play for Daniel Wells. So he just takes that one as a chance to put it onto the cushion. I mean, it wouldn't be an absolutely extraordinary shot for Williams to try and take this red along the cushion into the yellow pocket, because realistically, once again, it's the only red that he can give away there to Wells. And I mean, if he needs to come back in this frame, he has to do something about it. He doesn't clearly think that, and he just goes for a safety shot, putting the cue ball up towards the green pocket, putting some of the distance in between the cue ball and the target ball. And Daniel Wells responds with a nice safety shot of his, blocking the angle to try and pot the red into the right corner. And the same can't be done about the left corner as well, simply for the reason of the cue ball being out of control in that case. And Williams goes for a cross double, had to find the gap there, and also had to get the cue ball a lot higher up the table than he actually did. Another mistake there from Williams, and it's another chance for Daniel Wells to take this matter into his own hands and try and get this red in towards the left corner. Get himself lined up for a shot on the pink this time around. So it's a mid-range shot, but it's still the one that you would absolutely expect Daniel Wells to make. And he does do that. So little cannon into the pink, and it's a perfect situation now for Wells because Williams was trying to develop those reds in the play whilst having to play all of those safety shots. In the end, it looks like he's done that for his opponent, and all Wells has to do is to get himself a 43 points gap or more of those two reds. So he's currently got 32 points to his advantage, so he's going to be comfortably away into the win into the fourth frame if he manages to take those two reds with expensive two colours there. So being 2 shots away from taking 2 frames already away out of Mark Williams. So 41 points right now. The pink will go into the right corner. And then just play through this shot there, land yourself on the red into the left corner for good measure. And try and do exactly the same thing on the next shot to get yourself lined up for a frame ball. I mean, well, sacrificing a lot of the angle there. I don't know why he's tried to do it. As I say, he could have easily just added a little bit of topspin and played through this shot. Instead, he tried to power through it. And only barely managing to pot the pink. Getting yourself with a rest shot on this red. Still shouldn't be anywhere near as bad as him sort of missing the chance to make this frame 1, because he still has a black to try and go for along the cushion into the left corner to go 47 points clear. And with only 43 on the table, Williams will need a snooker to tie. And still going to be a chance for Wells. Just try and roll the red into the left corner. Make sure that it is going to be the end of the frame number 4. Quite a lengthy 4 opening frames here. You know, the match has started at 7 o'clock in the UK. It's been 2 hours since then, and we're about to witness probably the end of this 4th frame, as Daniel Wells does indeed roll up the red into the left corner. So the breaks of 17, 10 points and 23 and counting have been enough there for Wells to make this a break that counts there for him. Gets the brown in as well, so 27 points. Looks like that will be it there for Wells, because the last available red is only going to be potted into the green pocket along the cushion, but Wells hasn't even gone for that shot. Surely it is going to be an intermission break now in between Mark Williams and Daniel Wells. 2 frames each there. Very important for Wells to actually get their 4th and last one of the first mini session. After winning the opening frame, Mark Williams managed to take the matter into his own hands and get himself 2 frames on the board in a row there. And the 4th one was under control there from Daniel Wells, but in the end, it is going to be 2 frames each going into the second mini session there. And we're about to find out who the first finalist is going to be after the 15 minutes intermission break. Feel free to stay tuned in. Still more action yet to come. Right then everybody, after a quick 15 minutes break, we are now back to the action, and it is the frame number 5 that I think we all hope is going to be a bit more entertaining than the opening 4. It's going to be Daniel Wells to break off here. And, as he does that, I don't think he leaves out too many opportunities there for Wilson, so it's a chance for him to exploit the cue ball in towards the Reds. And right now, yeah, it's not the best. Yeah, it's not necessarily the best sort of option that he had to himself. Once again, the Wells has to send the cue ball in towards the lower part of the table, but this time he has got a nice little red to try and take on in towards the left corner. And if he just stuns the cue ball or does something around that, he can have himself lined up for the black in towards the right corner. Be off to a great start there. And instead he's tried to find the perfect room there for himself. I think it was the wrong shot to play, because even though he got lucky in the first half of it, it still landed absolutely nowhere near of being on the colour right now. So just a single point and a safety shot to play away. Catching the pink here, sending the cue ball in towards and in behind the brown there. Decent shot there. Lands the cue ball exactly on the cushion. The benefit of that shot ends on this one, because Williams can still see enough of those Reds to get himself accelerated and back into the safety play. Something that he has to find himself on the receiving end of quite a few times already in this match. Daniel Wells surely has to try and exploit that, as once again, another mistake there by Williams, because even though I say he's got some of those Reds to try and aim at, he misses the one that, you know, it was going to be his target ball by quite some margin. And right now, has to just ask the referee to put the cue ball back exactly where it was there, Daniel Wells, because he doesn't have any sort of reason to take the cue from this position. And the problem's don't end there for Williams, because he's gone for the same shot selection. And surely Wells will ask the referee to re-establish exactly the same situation there for him, because I think this time it is going to be a warning given away there to Williams. We had that one previously to Daniel Wells. And if Williams does this one again, he'll be forced to lose the match now. And nice shot, lose the frame there, apologies, not lose the match. I was too focused on him actually taking the same approach of his shot. I thought that was very bold of him to try and do. In the end, he puts off a brilliant shot there, probably one of his best safeties so far in the entire match there. And Daniel Wells probably will be a little bit disappointed with himself that he didn't even have a look at the position on the second attempt after Mark Williams' miss, but surely didn't think that it was going to be such a nice safety shot there for him. And all of a sudden, you know, something that you didn't see coming on the previous shot, it is the Daniel Wells that makes a huge error. And he's actually going to be pretty lucky not to give anything away there. I think the red, that was going to be the prime chance there for Williams. Looks like he's covered up by the black, but he's got one more, which is a difficult cut there for him. But he can try and take on in towards the right corner as he manages to do it. It's a nice little pot there for himself. As he gets himself a chance now into this fifth frame. You know, Daniel Wells has gone on to pot the red previously, but didn't manage to land on the colour. Williams did. And as he takes the green in towards his own pocket, still the position is far from ideal there for Williams. But, you know, if he goes back to some of his best form that he's been playing in this campaign, he can still try and get some valuable points out of the way the Reds are spread out right now. And for now, has to land himself on the black here, and doesn't seem to be the case, as it was always going to be risky in that shot. And the first stage of this break was always going to be the one that is going to prove to be more difficult there for Williams. It doesn't seem to get any more than just 5 points on the break. And as he pushes the pink on towards the right-hand cushion, he's going to get the cue ball and try and get it in behind the yellow. Can't quite manage that at that time of asking. But the cue ball is still going to be there for Daniel Wells or thereabouts. So he can try and exploit the opportunity of some of the higher reds on the table and aim them towards the right corner. I don't think he's going to go for a full-on shot there, trying to hold the cue ball onto the lower part of the table. But he's done that. I think he's going to be pretty happy with the keys that he got previously, but I say that only because I thought he was going to land himself on the black, but in the end, the power was against him. And if you get through to the blue, though, he'll be able to chance to continue the break, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Now we've had 3 reds potted. And, well, so far, only 6 points scored there by the 2 players. Once again, Daniel Wells has to have a look there. Maybe he'll go for the yellow, though, into its own pocket. Try and accelerate it in towards the cue ball there and put some power on this shot. And, decent play there from Wells as he tries to get the cue ball down the table once again now. So he's in with a chance now, and quite a strong chance as well. So he's got the first couple of reds that are going to be difficult, and for now, with the pink being out of position, the black is still not going to be an easy pot. He has to take all of these shots from the blue now and try and get maximum amount of points. So 14 points now for Wells. And he's now on a gap of 9 to Williams. And some of the really nice reds there, and I say, if the pink was back on his spot, it could have been a lot easier for Daniel Wells to try and build a break. Instead, I think he's going to have to face himself with a little bit of an issue, because even though he's absolutely fine on this red, the angle that he's got on the cue ball is going to get him into the other red, and from there, it's really difficult to judge the cannon that you're actually going to get there out of the cue ball. You can't really be playing for the black there because it's way too risky and way too little room. So you still have to commit to playing for the blue, but he just makes the shot a lot more difficult for himself. So has to get himself out of the problem that he created on himself and managed to accelerate the cue ball. But he may have actually overdone this one, because playing the blue and bridging over the pink is going to be awkward, and you're not going to get the angle that you probably need off the yellow. So it's brown or nothing, I would say. I mean, if he does commit for the blue and he manages to get this one, still going to be fine there. He does go for the yellow, so this makes it a difficult shot there in terms of just the pure power that he has to apply on it. And a lot of distance as well in between the cue ball and the yellow. But it's a nice shot there, really nicely played. And back in the really nice position there as well. You know, the shot that he had to play a cannon into reds previously has actually got him more of an advantage right now. And he managed to recover, because the 4 reds are now back in the open play for Daniel Wells, as he looks to re-establish his lead there and into the frame number 1. A nice little performance once again up against Mark Williams. So if he gets the red in towards the left corner, he can get himself lined up for the blue into the right middle there. And once again, nicely done there. Just gets himself onto the top part of the blue, so he can either try and roll the cue ball on towards those reds or use the black ball cushion to his advantage and get himself even more control of the white there. He's going to just going for the pure backspin, but I think he's underrun for it slightly. He's still going to be alright though. And it's all about trying to manage the position of the cue ball and try and get it past the reds that are currently on the black ball cushion there. So just get the red in now and get yourself for the blue. But wants to be the top side of it. Cue ball doesn't seem to have enough pace for that. And yeah, so it is going to be a little bit of trouble there for Daniel Wells, because all of a sudden he's got himself 28 points clear. But he still has got some difficulties of trying to pot this red right now into the right corner. The black is going to be potable from that position, and in fact it's going to be put back on his spot should he make those 2 shots in succession. But it's a big ask there for him, and it's an ask that I don't think he would have been planning to try and do We've seen those shots missed previously. Majority of those, of course, came from Mark Williams' point of view. Can Daniel Wells keep his break going now? Because he's still nowhere near to be safe in this break and in this frame. And once again, not too happy he's going to be with himself the way he's landed on this black. Having to bridge over a red as well. Just make this shot a lot more awkward there than he could have been. Still a little distance in between the black and the pockets. Should still see him drop there. Most expensive of the colours. And he just has to avoid catching the front jaw, which he didn't manage to do. And this could be, once again, a great chance for Mark Williams. We've seen him waste a couple of those already previously. But right now, Daniel Wells can't make the most out of the position that it looked like he was actually getting the hang of there. Only manages to get 29 points clear. And Mark Williams having a beautiful free shot on the red there. Always was going to land on the black. And right now, it's going to be 13 points, the amount that he actually manages to score. And gets himself onto the red, into the left corner once again right now. So 21 points is the gap in between himself and Daniel Wells. So get the cue ball onto the upper part of the table there. Try and line himself up for a shot at the blue, but he misses the red once again there. The moment you think he's actually trying to give himself a favour, he doesn't seem to be playing a brilliant stuff there. And it is going to be the end of a break for Mark Williams. And re-establishment of a chance for Daniel Wells there. Just can't quite seem to settle in this match so far, Mark Williams. Daniel Wells is having a 22-point advantage right now. As he puts the red that was over the left corner pocket. And once again sees him get away with a costly mistake of missing the black there in towards the right corner. This time he's got a difficult shot up ahead of him, trying to get the cue ball down the table, and wants to have the upper angle on this red, and probably play this one just about as well as he could have. I think he'll just be a little bit concerned about the distance in between the cue ball and the red, but apart from that, he should be able to roll the red in, and with a little bit of backspin, hold the cue ball for the black rather nicely. And as he does that one, so pretty straight on this black though, so he's going to be 25 points clear right now, 51 on the table. 7 points is going to be awarded to him for this black, of course, if he pots it. And has to try and get the cue ball on for the red into the right hand cushion. So he's now 32 points clear. So you will need one of those reds onto the bottom rail up underneath the black spot. But until then, he has to try and just get this red and roll this one into the right corner. It's a similar one to the shot he's missed in the second frame. But he's not going to miss it this time around. And easy nicely on this black now to try and get a potential cannon on one of those two reds. I mean, if he plays with a lot of topspin and not too much power here, I think he can just nudge the red into another one. But I think it's going to be a difficult ask there for him to land on one of those reds to actually try and pot them. So 33 points clear right now. The black will make it 40. If he wants to take this one on, I mean, he can always try and go for a safety shot that he's actually considering right now, because 7 points is not going to do him too much of good there. And instead he'll put the blue onto the left hand rail. And once again, a smart shot there from Wales. And Williams has to try and free up those two reds potentially altogether. I mean, he nearly flukes one of them. And probably has conceded the other into the right corner there. So a surprising shot there. And not too good of a shot selection either from Williams, because he didn't manage to execute it well. But also, you know, you just have to ask whether it was the right shot for him to try and play in the first place. Daniel Wells has got a frame ball now, which all he has to do is once again just roll this one in, avoid the front jaw. But yet again, Daniel Wells doesn't make the most out of the situation that he finds himself in. And all of a sudden, Mark Williams is back in this frame. He's still a massive underdog though, because even though the red on the top part of the table is available there for him, he's got the pink and the blue to try and do something about with. Daniel Wells will only need one of those to get himself this frame won there, and for now Williams just has to find his way onto the last red. I don't think he was too happy with the angle he had previously on the black, so it just makes the pot a little bit more tricky there for himself, and of course has to get himself on the color as well after this to continue the break, and he's going to be the black that he's actually aiming for. And how's the pace of the cue ball going to be? It looks to be pretty much spot on there. So one of the shots that Williams needs to play to re-establish his confidence. And once again, an important black. Nothing can be taken for granted with the way we've seen this match develop so far. Williams still finds himself in the hunt for this frame. Goes for the yellow right now into his own pocket. Followed up by the green and the brown, you would think. But the angle he's got on the green here potentially could get the pink into the play. Of course, remember, he'll need to do that same thing with the blue. But this could be a start of a potential brilliant clearance there from Mark Williams, as he manages to get the pink into the play, but ultimately he finds himself with an awkward angle on this brown. So 12 points right now, and it's very interesting to see if he's going to go for this brown, and he will go for the brown, so he's not going to try and get himself on for the blue here. So just all about concentrating on the pot for the brown. So 8 points he's behind right now. So the blue will put Daniel Wells 13 clear with 13 on the table. So he still will need the pink, although it is currently sitting very, very nicely for you to try and pot. Ooh, just about misses there. So the blue was nearly going into the pink, which could have spoiled the plans of Mark Williams, but it's still anyone's frame right now. 18 points on the table, so 3 of the most expensive colors are here right now. And it's pretty much whoever gets the blue in will have a very high chance of taking the entire frame there. And Daniel Wells trying to put the black onto the cushion, and he's done very well there, because he's managed to do it from the first time of asking. I mean, questions have to be asked for Williams, why they allow him to do that. But in the end, it's a wonderful shot there from Daniel Wells. And Williams has to try and put the blue in behind the pink here. He's put all of his eggs in one basket now. And it was a risk for him to take that shot on. But in the end, it looks like it's the risk that was worth it in the end. So let's see if Daniel Wells can get through to this blue. He can, but in no form to try and pot it into the green pocket. So just try and roll up to it and give some of the control back to Williams, which is exactly what he's done. So yeah, the shot previously from Wells to get the black safe could still prove to be very, very important come the end of the frame, because it just could give him a little bit of leeway if he allows Williams to pot the blue and the pink. You know, he could still try and get something on the black there. And, well, Williams clearly thought about that. And he thought to himself, I may as well just try and go for the blue here into the yellow pocket. Clearly thinking that he wasn't going to stay over the pocket there, which was the case, to be fair to him. But what is also the case is the fact that Daniel Wells managed to get the hang of the safety play as he puts the cue ball down the table, and really nicely as well. So cross double there coming up, you would think, there from Williams, but has got a different shot approach in mind, and wants the blue to run there, and it's just going to be all right there. So of course Wells has to make sure that the cue ball is going to miss the black now, because the last thing that he wants to do is single-handedly give Williams the way to sort of it being back to the blue ball game. Of course, still right now, if Williams was to get the blue, he will very likely to get the pink as well, but the black is going to be a massive struggle there. So Wells has to make sure that that is the way for him to go. Once again, just splits up the cue ball and the blue, and Williams trying to manually free up the black there. and gets the cue ball into the safe position there. So a nice shot there for himself. The Blues normally would be in a possible position, but because of the current location of the cue ball, probably isn't going to be the case. And Williams desperately understanding, of course, and trying to free up the black until, you know, he goes for that blue and commits his chance, which he has done previously. As well, just rolls the cue ball on towards the black, but in the end, looks to be a really nice shot there for him. And Williams wants to avoid trying to and having to hit the cushion first shot, because if he does that, he'll be under a lot of risk there to leave a straightforward snooker attempt for Daniel Wells. And I mean, he's gone for the shot cushion first. As I say, I'm not sure about that being the right shot to play, because right now, Daniel Wells can just easily roll up the cue ball onto the pink and yeah, put Williams under a lot of scrutiny here. And exactly what he's done. So no time for him to consider. Clearly the right shot to play. Williams finds himself into a lot of trouble and needs a little bit of luck here. And I was going to say he got some of this luck, but I mean, he still gives away the blue. So it didn't catch it the way he was intending to. But I suppose it's given away now for Wells to win this frame, because it is, well, it's no longer a frame ball because he technically caught it, but technically, you know, the pink is also there waiting for him into the right middle. So just roll the blue in and you're going to be nicely away for a 3-2 lead, which is going to be the case there for Daniel Wells. For the first time since the opening frame, we're going to have the world number 37 leading now against the Welsh potting machine. And making a significant progress to being the finalist now. The first frame still took some time for it to finish, but in the end it is going to be the frame to Daniel Wells, who gets himself into a 1-frame lead up against Mark Williams. It is now Daniel Wells 3, Mark Williams 2, going into frame number 6 there. And a very important frame for Daniel Wells to try and win, because technically it does mean that he's just won 2 frames in a row there. And it's turned into a 2-1 gap for Williams' favour, into a 3-2 advantage to his name this time around. And as we look at the odds there, Williams is still marginally the favourite for this match, but 172 now to his name, and Daniel Wells is just above 2.1 there. A massive change since the 129 and 3.5 there, which was there until this match has started. But also, the thing that you have to consider is we still didn't have any of the 50+ breaks in the opening 5 frames, so clearly two players are struggling to find their form and re-establish that one. But ultimately, I don't think Daniel Wells is going to care about that one too much, because he still finds himself on the winning side of things as he tries to dominate Mark Williams throughout the ending of this match and get himself into the first ranking final of his career. And it'll be a massive achievement there, of course, for him after being here last year in the semi-finals, losing out to Judd Trump by 6 frames to 1. This time he's got Mark Williams as his company in the Welsh Derby. And very much keen once again there to go for a break shot, as referee will just put the pink exactly where it should be and get the cue ball into the break off position for Daniel Wells very, very shortly to get the 6th frame underway. And probably turns into a situation where Mark Williams can't really allow himself to lose this frame, because a 4-2 gap, you know, losing 3 frames on the bounce there to the world number 37 is not something that you want to see as the highest seed left out in the tournament. He needs to re-establish some of his form, which so far has been way below average. You know, his breaks of 32 and 42 points being his highest in the match probably tells you the picture. And he only managed to win one of those frames that he actually made those breaks into. And right now it is going to be frame number 6 to get underway by Daniel Wells. Very much looking forward to seeing the response from Mark Williams, and hopefully being in the proper way. And things are going to change from the way they have been in the previous 5 frames there. But Starts off there with a good break-off shot there, Williams. And once again, probably forcing Wells to go for a cushion first shot. And just sending the cue ball into the right-hand side of the table first until he's going to reach one of those reds. But it looks like Wells could just about see enough of the red to try and get the edge of that. And transition the cue ball onto the lower part of the table. Nicely played there by him. And Williams probably will try and put that red onto the bulk line and get the blue in the way of the cue ball. Don't think he's managed to do that though, so Wells will be able to try and go for the same red and put it down the table. The question is, can he get the cue ball in behind the brown there or something? Or does he just have to stun it and leave it on the bulk line cushion? So he has to go for at least the cue extension. I don't think he'll have to go for the rest there, as the cue ball is just underneath the blue spot, but him having to breach over the entire pyramid of reds, making that shot a bit more awkward. But still, it being a safety, you would expect him to counter this one nicely, and gets the cue ball into a decent area, but the red is going to go over the zone that is actually potable from. So Mark Williams can have a go at this red right now, but has to improve his long pot percentages, of course, and this is the time for him to try and step up his game. Try and produce the start of a comeback, potentially, as he was trying to do that, and he has missed the red into the right corner, so Daniel Wells is going to come back to the table once again now. He's got the red into the left corner now for himself. The same corner that Williams was planning to go for the black there. Doesn't seem to be the case, and well, you do have to ask at some point, does Williams just eliminate all of the long shots that he's sort of not 100% comfortable with and go only for the ones that, you know, he actually backs himself to pot there? Because I'd love to see the stat on that, but I think it's going to be dreadful for Mark Williams and his fans, because, you know, from the way he's done that, so far, I can't really remember him making any one of those shots in the opening 5 frames, and now he's already missed a couple of here. Daniel Wells is looking to exploit the 2 reds that were available to him, get himself lined up on the black for the second time, and try and send the cue ball into the big pack of reds, something that he's been really clinical at doing against Xi'An Wei and Robert Milkins previously. Right now has to do it again, as he managed to beat Liam Pullen yesterday and get himself into the semi-final. But this is now the shot that he's going to dictate the way this frame is going to go on this break. And it's not going to go his way, you would think, because he's played that one probably as well as he could have. But he's not going to get himself on any of the reds. So just a safety after scoring 16 points. And it's just a matter of which safety does he actually force himself to play. Sending the cue ball onto the top part of the table is probably logical, but it's not going to get him too far ahead there in terms of he wants to have an advantage and a little bit of a front foot in the safety battle. In the end, had to cover up the red that was on the top part of the table just to make sure Williams couldn't get through to that one and have a straightforward safety shot of his. So leaving the left part of the table there for him. Williams has to send the cue ball on towards the cushion and play this one nicely there. Put the red onto the top part of the table, so don't think we're going to see any transitions onto the bulk cushion there coming up shortly, and that puts a little bit of pressure on Wells, because unless he finds a perfect spot onto the bulk cushion, or he goes fully much on the left hand side of the table and beyond the bulk line, he's got a couple of reds right now to try and do that, or he can always go for a standard option of just rolling the cue ball in towards the bunch, judging the pace well, and give the control back to Williams, and something that I think he'll be disappointed with himself to do, because he does have to go for that shot, and referee will have a look if there's a touch and ball involved. And if there is, but simply because of Wells actually had the first shot having himself not landed on the color previously. And yeah, Williams going for it absolutely here, because he's just gone for a double, which could have got him nicely onto the brown. Was very close to making that one, but in the end was actually very close to leaving the same red away there to Daniel Wells. And the only reason he hasn't is probably the fact of the cue ball being right below the yellow there. So Wells may actually go for the double himself now and just try and keep the tendency going. And he misses that one as well by a very slim margin. I mean, Williams once again has got a double. I don't really think we would have expected to see two back-to-back doubles there in the semi-final of Xi'An Grand Prix. We may see three in a row now, because Williams does seem to be taking this one on. Is he going to make this one? Yes, he will. So, you know, the battle of doubles. Don't think I've ever seen that one. Especially in the semi-final, two players taking three doubles on the row there. Missing two of those and making a single one of them. But ultimately, it is once again a chance for Williams, not really to win the frame, but try to rediscover some of his form and get himself lined up into a nice little position. So, yeah, just a bit impatient there, I would say. He could have gone for the red that was there waiting for him in the open play, but instead, he's going to have himself blocked after trying to go into the reds really heavily off the brown. And 5 points looks like is going to be the maximum that Mark Williams can achieve from this position. And the touching ball being a little bit of a consolation prize there for him. And just sends the cue ball away from the pack there. And it's not like that development into the pack has done a lot of good there, because it's freed up two reds potentially into the left and right corner, but I mean, one of them is blocked by the other, and also you've got still like pretty much 10 reds being in the way of each other as well there. So it's not looking too good for either Williams or Wells to take control of the position, but I would say it's looking rather nicely for Daniel Wells in the position of. Mark Williams still seems to be nowhere near his absolute best there, and still looking to rediscover his form that he never seems to have found in this semi-final. Daniel Wells just puts the cue ball onto the black cushion, or he tried to do that. In the end, cue ball was having a bit too much of a pace there. So Mark Williams can try and send the cue ball in towards the green pocket there, and the amount of distance that he's going to put by the cue ball and that red available into the yellow pocket, I think is going to do him just enough of a safety play. Let's see which shot is he actually going to go for. I think he's going to try and go for a red in towards the green pocket, but he's going to miss this one. Is he going to leave it away though? I don't think he's going to leave the same red away there, as the camera still seems to be up on the table, which I think is a strange shot selection. But yeah, so Wells hasn't got the same red that Williams has just missed, but he's got one into the left corner that will have the cue ball sent into the reds there. And this is a little bit of a similar performance to Gary Wilson up against Ronnie O'Sullivan yesterday, apart from the fact that, you know, Wilson was actually playing really well there. Wills is still yet to discover that form. And just puts the cue ball right above the baulk line and puts the red that I was talking about previously quite close to the yellow pocket onto the lower part of the table. So once again, Williams just to play a safety shot, try and develop a couple of more of those reds. Hopefully not put himself under too much scrutiny. And lovely shot there for himself. Probably forcing Wells to take that red out of the green pocket. Of course, not available to play from the position that he actually finds himself right now. So 11 points clear, still 123 on the table. So that's not going to be enough there for Wells. And he just has to find himself sort of stringing a couple of successful shots there, and he just rolls up to the red. So I think he gives away a chance for Williams to just play away from it. And it looked like that, and it wasn't actually the case, because Williams just had to do the slightest of forces put on that shot and get himself well, into a better position than he was previously, but still, he's no longer in charge of the position right now because it was a clever shot by Wales to try and play. And, well, I mean, if he gets too far out, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually get a re-rack from the two players. So, yeah, Wales is currently studying the position of the red, but as I say, we've been there for 5 shots already, and it just doesn't seem like we're going to get anything out of this. Once again, well, Wales could actually make a point here that he's actually in the lead here slightly, but Williams can always just try and push the cue ball away from the red. And, well, let's see if they're going to agree to something. For now, they're just rolling the cue ball back and forwards. And this time, I mean, I think Wales was a bit pacey in the cue ball. And has he not left the red on now into the green pocket? So Williams is having a good look at this. It's still very awkward for him to try and play. And in the end, after a little bit of consideration, he thinks against that. And it is going to be, once again, back to Daniel Wells to have a shot. So puts the cue ball in towards the reds there. And I could probably just copy and paste that phrase every single time one of those shots goes in. And finally, Mark Williams had a chance to clear the red out of the position that we've seen it be for quite a considerable amount of time. And get himself in charge of the safety position once again now. Getting the green in between the cue ball and the majority of the reds. I think the one underneath the blue is still visible there to Wells. And actually can try and, have a go at potting that one. But for him to do that, he needs to sort of hit that one first, which he didn't manage to do at that time. So it will be 4 points given away to Mark Williams. And he can now once again go for a long pot that I'm not too sure he should actually attempt at this stage. At the right corner, the angle is beneficial there for him, but the distance isn't going to be. Massive shot once again now, and he actually managed to see the red that I wasn't sort of thinking about. I didn't think it was possible, and he managed to make this one stick. So finally, we're going to see a long pot there from Mark Williams, but are we finally going to see a significant break there as well? As he rattles the blue in, and it was very important for him to do that, because that has allowed him to generate a lot of power in the angle on the cue ball, and that decision of not taking a re-rack, whatever it was from Wells or Williams, certainly looks to be the right one now for Mark Williams now, because it's only a single point down on Daniel Wells, but he's in charge of this position. He goes for a more difficult red of the two to try and develop the bunch even more. And just has to roll this one in to the right corner. But him taking that shot, he probably is forced to go into this red with a lot of power. And he ends up in the worst possible position for the blue. I think the yellow is still potable. I mean, I think that. It just depends on how much he can actually see of that yellow. And the answer is no, he can't pot the yellow. So it's going to be 16 points each there. Well, once again, it's nothing to separate the two. Williams will get the snooker in behind the blue, but in the position and the state that he currently is in, don't think that's going to matter massively there to Daniel Wells, because he can always just send the cue ball in towards the lower part of the table and pretty much guarantee himself a lovely little escape there. So he just has a look to see what is actually available there in terms of, you can always go for the red, the lowest of them all, and try and use two cushion escape to it. But ideally, he has to do it from the right hand side of the table as his last cushion, which doesn't seem to be available right now. So, I thought it was a little bit of a waste shot there for Williams to play, but obviously he couldn't get through to the yellow, so it was the only option for him to actually go for. But this does seem to put Daniel Wells under a little bit of scrutiny and pressure, as he just seems to find the best possible outcome for himself. And he's gone for quite an aggressive shot once again there, trying to get the cue ball into the pack of reds. And let's see if Williams is going to consider taking one of the reds into the right middle there. I don't think he can go for one of the reds into the corner, so he does want to go for the red into the middle. This is a massive shot once again now for him. And could be the wrong decision for him to make, and it is the wrong decision for him to take. I did feel like he just asked Daniel Wells to be put back in exactly the same position, and you may get a better chance there. Instead he misses the red in towards the right middle, and Daniel Wells is back into chance now to have a go at the second red into the right corner. I mean, the cue ball is quite close to the cushion though, so he may have to wait for a better chance. And he does wait for a better chance, so I did say might there, but I'm surprised to see him actually not go for any of the attempt there. And the answer to the question why, probably here now, because he puts Williams into a difficult situation once again, forcing him to play into a really tight cross double. With the way his safety game has been so far, this could be a chance for him to try and slip up, but lovely executed by Williams to avoid the double kiss onto the brown and get himself lined up for once again a lengthy safety battle. The pink and the black are covered up by a handful of reds, and the remaining four colours are all available there to be potted. As Wells here just sends the red in towards the right corner, you would think, and try and get the cue ball into the safe position. But yeah, I don't think he caught that one too well. And once again, it's going to be a chance given away potentially to Mark Williams if he wants to, and if he does see a way for the cue ball to be running into the area where there's going to be colours available there for him. He's got a shot available into the right and left corner. In the end, he chooses and goes against both of those and just puts a safety play and one more red out of position there. So Daniel Wells once again has got availability there to take the red into the right corner. But the question is, can he get the cue ball past all of those available? A very scrappy match this. Well, I suppose it was always going to be with, still Mark Williams yet to find the best of his form, as he's been saying himself. And Daniel Wells being the world number 37, challenging for his first ranking event title. As he gets the lovely red into the right corner that I mentioned, but once again doesn't seem to get himself onto any of the ball colours. So the brown into the right middle is probably the only one that he can actually go for. But it's not going to give him too much of a points advantage. So I suppose just roll up to the same colour, it being the brown, and try to judge the pace of the cue ball pretty well there. So just a single point scored. And Williams is back to the table. So has a look at the left-hand side of the table. Well, I think it's easier for him to try and do it off the right part of it. The problem is, can he see enough of that to actually get the cue ball in towards the two reds by the black ball cushion? And so Williams is going to send the cue ball away from the brown here, but he's going to use the left-hand cushion first. Obviously trying to get into the right-hand cushion and get himself into the reds. And I mean, he's unlucky with the kiss that he got. I think he might have actually given away there a chance to Daniel Wells, but he's played this shot absolutely perfectly. And let's see if he is going to go for the red into the left corner. He doesn't seem to even have a close look at it, so he's just looking where to have the cue ball end up. Clearly not being available to him as a pot. And he just has to take this one carefully and play it with little power in terms of getting the cue ball exactly on the cushion, and try and make sure he doesn't get any of a bounce. And pretty much done that as well as he could have from the tight angle that he's had. It was impossible to land and control the cue ball perfectly, but he's managed to put it very close to the cushion and put Williams under a lot of pressure once again. As Williams catches the red in a decent way, but catches the blue full ball there. Yeah, it's just going from bad to worse there to Williams, really. Because Wells once again has got a chance to take a red into the left corner, but ultimately The biggest issue he's going to have ahead of himself is trying to get the cue ball up for the blue or the ball colours, because the black is still out of position. You know, the pink is still covered up by the red, and blue has just taken a contact there from Mark Williams, and the line of the cue ball doesn't seem to be too good, and in fact he wants it to stop until it reaches the blue, and he's landed in the worst possible position once again here. So 38 points on the table, well, I mean on the score sheet from the two players, and only a handful of those have actually come from pots there. Majority were fouls committed. So 2 points in between the two players, 91 points available. Still all to play for in a frame that could feel very significant there to Mark Williams. In the way that, you know, he can't afford to be losing this frame in the way that he's been playing so far. Been way below average in comparison to his performances earlier in the campaign. And even earlier in the season. As he gets the cue ball into the reds, but is he going to go around them? Not quite. He's going to catch the one on the back there. So, nice shot in terms of getting the red, but not so nice in terms of leaving the simple safety there to Daniel Wells. And, well, I thought he had a chance to send the cue ball onto the top part of the table, but he obviously didn't, because he just given the red a little list of contacts as Williams comes to the table and does the same thing. But ultimately this time, he's got no room of trying to make sort of any spin on this cue ball. So just has to roll the cue ball in towards the red there. But even if you can see the touch and ball here, I don't think it's going to do too much of damage to yourself. Nice shot once again there by Williams. And, well, last time this happened, Daniel Wells got himself into trouble, and Williams actually managed to get himself on the break. Problem is he only managed to score 7 points out of it, as he landed too awkwardly on the blue for the break to continue. And once again, Wells there just trying to develop those reds in one way, shape or form to make sure that we're not going to be here till tomorrow. And Williams is forced to roll up to the red once again, but at least one of those that was getting in the way of each other has been eliminated now. So Wells can just try and go for this red and send it as far down the table as possible, because he has got the room to give himself a little bit of backspin. And that's red. It's actually gone very close to the green pocket, so whoever gets the first chance and actually sees that one for a proper cut can actually give themselves a chance to have a break started. Until then, because Mark Williams hasn't got the space to go for a backspin, he has to give the turn back to Daniel Wells, pretty much risking to give away a touch and ball. And once again, Wells doing a similar sort of thing. And as we get closer and closer to the red being available into the right corner as well, so any one of them that pushes the cue ball too much there, as we do seem to have a touch and ball for Daniel Wells. The question is, can he exploit that? I mean, he certainly could just try and put it on the black ball cushion. That's going to be better for him, just trying to roll towards the red. And that will put Mark Williams into a little bit of scrutiny, but the extent of that scrutiny is going to be, well, we're going to find out very soon of that, as Williams does seem to go for the same shot selection, and this time doesn't leave the touch and ball there for Wells, but still the angle is going to be favourable there for the Welshman to go for a risky shot there and put the world number 4 under a little bit of pressure once again now, but he's got enough of the angle on this red to try and push one more red towards the green pocket. And we're going to have quite a few reds formed up by the point this safety battle is all, you would think. Decent shot once again by Williams. And Daniel Wells has got himself into a little bit of trouble. And as he can't afford to go deep into the cue ball because of the cushion being in the way, has to, well, potentially just eliminate the red that is lowest of them all and try and send it towards the top part of the table. Although I say that, he has to make sure that the acceleration on the cue ball is going to be minimal as well. So probably just get the lightest of touches onto that and try and get yourself lined up for the next shot. Right here, right now, Wells is still struggling to see the best outcome for himself, as he does seem to have a lot of time taken on this shot. Maybe he'll just try and go for the red into the yellow pocket, but that'll bring out all the cautions out of the window, and he needs to make this one stick if he does go for the shot. And he went for it, and he actually hasn't left too much there for Williams. Very close attempt by Wells himself. And now, what does Mark Williams have to offer to get himself started on the break? Does he have to go for the red along the cushion? Because if he does, it's a very awkward shot. He made one of those previously, but that was at the time where it didn't matter and the frame was already won. It's very different for you to try and do that when you're 3-2 down. Only 2 points clear in this frame. At least there's a massive shot for him to try and go for. He plays this one with backspin, which makes it even tougher there for him. And you could see this one coming. You're missing that shot, but ultimately, does he give anything away there to Daniel Wells? I think the gap in between the brown and the green can try to be exploited there by Wells. But apart from that, he's only got the lower part of the table to try and deal with, because the red that Williams has missed is not going to be available there for him. So can he get through with the cue ball into the reds there? Or does he have to go for a cushion first shot? And it looks to have found the gap there. But is he going to be on the colour from this position? He is going to be on the green in towards the left middle, but only just about. So he can go for the brown to give himself more of an angle, but ultimately, you know, it took so much time there for the players to develop the position that now it looks really nicely there for whoever gets the first chance, and it is going to be Daniel Wells, as long as he gets himself a colour on the board. And if it's going to be green now, it's going to be a little bit trickier for him to have the cue ball travel a long distance, but it's going to be an easier pot there, as he does seem to go for the green. So does he make this one stick? No, he doesn't. Caught the cushion on the way in. Surprising miss there. I would have actually thought that, you know, he would have made that. And once again, it's only a single point scored there on the break for Daniel Wells, and Mark Williams comes back to the table. He hasn't got too straightforward of an introduction though. He has to go for a rest shot. And yeah, the blue makes it awkward, and the green being right above the cue ball makes it even more awkward there for him. May have to go for an extension here. Williams just making a lot of difficulty out of this shot, and also the fact that he hasn't got a colour lined up for him either. You know, the black is covered up by a couple of reds into that pocket, so has to push through this shot here, Williams, and try and get himself either backspin or topspin. In the end, he's just about alright once again on the green into the left middle. But when I say just about, he hasn't done an awful lot of good now in terms of the break building in this match. But he's off to a decent chance once again now. If he pots the green in, he'll have the red by the green pocket there. So just roll the green in. The cue ball will bounce off the cushion there for him. So it's a nice start there for Williams. 4 points on the board. Can't be taken for granted the way this match has been played. Gets himself 5 points clear of Daniel Wells with 75 points on the table, as he's only become 67 with Williams making one more red into the right corner. And ultimately the break that was looking likely to end up Daniel Wells having a 4-2 cushion to his name, all of a sudden Mark Williams is back in the hunt for a 3-all draw now, going into the frame number 7, with the match being over 3 hours already, and we still seem to have no conclusion whatsoever on who's going to be the winner, especially if Williams manages to take this frame under his belt. 11 points scored on the break, so you'll need a majority of those reds eliminated after this pink will go into the right corner. Pots this one nicely, but wants the cue ball to run a little bit further there. Doesn't want any sort of angle on this shot now into the right corner. 18 points clear of Wells. And can just try and send the cue ball through this shot there and hope that he's going to land himself on the pink. And he's judged the pace perfectly there of the cue ball. 18 points on the break. So one of the reds has gone into the position that is going to be hard to pot that one from. But I think if he eliminates the remaining two reds and just leaves that one hanging, I think he should be over the line with the frame ball. As he rolls the pink in towards the corner from the rest. So he's now 25 points clear, still 51 on the table. And he'll get himself into a nice little position after this red. Should he make this one stick, it still has to be potted. And yeah, he's not going to be happy with the way he's overrun for the blue. So the frame time has gone over half an hour once again now. So 45 points for Mark Williams, 25 on the break. And the blue likely to make that 30. And he's just having to see if there's any room for him to try and go for a shot on the red. He can try and go for the yellow into its own pocket. And just play that one with no pace at all. That will give him a chance to line a red up into the right middle. But apart from that, as I say, there's not an awful lot of that you can actually do about it. And rolls the blue in to the left corner, to the left middle I should say. So he's 31 points clear. I mean, does he go for this red now in towards the right corner? We've seen those missed there previously by Williams. It's the kind of shots that are going to make you the finalist or the semi-finalist now. But he makes that shot stick this time around. And as long as he's on the blue, he's going to be nicely away for a frame ball. For the first time in 3 frames, looks like we are going to see Mark Williams away into the first win of the frame there to make it a 3-all the scoreline. Still would like to get this red in to make sure that Daniel Wells is not going to return to the table. And 37 points. Mark Williams is clear on Daniel Wells right now. And yeah, clearly he won't be happy with himself. You know, he had a first chance at this brilliant position in the end that Williams managed to produce a break of 36 from. And does he manage to take this red in towards the corner? I don't think he does. So the blue is going to be in the way of this red. So the frame is not going to be over just yet, with it being one snooker in between the two of them. So still yet to find out on what's actually going to happen right now in these safety exchanges. Daniel Wells has to go for sending this red in towards the top part of the table. But look at this for a shot there. I mean, talk about a little bit of luck for Daniel Wells. He's put Mark Williams on a snooker situation after just coming back from a snooker himself. And can Mark Williams return a favour? The cue ball certainly does have a decent line for that to happen. And could we see a little bit of a snooker exchange there in between the players? I think Wells can get through to this red, to be fair to him. So it's going to be tricky to, well, get the snooker lined up on Mark Williams because of the way that this match has been played so far. You know, it just didn't seem that any of the players had full control of the cue ball. And once again, Wells gives away a chance to Williams that you can take by just trying to roll the red in towards the left corner. And if he misses that one, you eliminate a potential threat there to himself. And he goes against that by trying to get the cue ball in behind the black. Doesn't seem to pay off at that time though. And the red is going to be sent in towards the left middle, or its region there. And the cue ball is going to go down the table there. And it's a nice little shot there by Wells, because that is a snooker now for Williams to try and find himself getting out of. And as I say, he had a chance to roll the red in towards the corner previously. And this time, he catches the green and not the red there. So it's 4 points given away to Daniel Wells. And all of a sudden, he can win this frame now. He's now 33 points down. And still 35 on the table. So all about just trying to get himself onto this red and still getting a lovely little snooker on Mark Williams here. Tries to go for a swerve there, but he's going to swerve to the wrong side of this. So Williams has to try and get this red safe now. He can't afford to just get this one in. And he gets a lovely little cue action on it though. And he's going to land the snooker for good measure there as well. Lovely judge shot there by Williams. And Daniel Wells finds himself in a little bit of trouble as well. So has to play around the pink here. And, well, get the red ball safe is going to be the priority here for him. It does seem to be the case once again now. So it's a battle for the red here. Looked like it was going to be, you know, the battle for the snookers for Daniel Wells. But as Mark Williams got himself under a little bit of trouble at that time, Wells managed to snooker him behind the black and ultimately get himself 4 points that he was seeking there. And Williams once again responds with putting a snooker to Daniel Wells. And Wells manages to recover from that one. Williams once again has got a little bit of initiative to his name. He's having a look to see if he can try and go for this red into the left corner. Past the black there. And of course, last thing he wants is, you know, try and leave an easier red away there to Daniel Wells. But it's not going to happen this time because it's going to be a wonderful pot there from Williams. He's not happy with himself of, you know, running over the pink. But 2 snookers required right now for Daniel Wells as it stands on the 6 colours. It's not going to be easy. And I think you can try and afford to go for this pink into the left middle. Just try and drop this one in. Or you can always try and put the black onto the cushion and get the cue ball in behind the green there. So Daniel Wells will continue his pursuit of snookers here, even though it is now 2 snookers on only the yellow. So 6 colours in the play. And nice shot there by Wells, as long as the cue ball is not going to reach the middle. And Williams is going to see that yellow nicely there for him. So just roll up to it. And, well, that's what I would say. But he's trying to do a little cross double into the right corner. He's going to leave a chance there for Wells still, because he hasn't got so much distance there in between the cue ball and the target ball for himself. So still not a perfect match from, if you talk about the display from either one of the two. But so far it has been a brilliant performance from Daniel Wells. In terms of trying to shut Mark Williams down, I wouldn't say he's been brilliant in terms of taking his chances and his break building stuff as well. But, you know, when Mark Williams is not playing well, you have to try and exploit that, get him into a safety battle that you wouldn't want to be too long into. Something that he's managed to do in the previous 2 frames, but not so much in this one, after he messed up the chance that was there for him to make the most out of a position that ultimately Mark Williams managed to get a break of 36 points from. And has put himself into a great equation for winning this frame. And now Wells has to find 2 snookers to be back in the contention there for this match. Because it's going to be a 3-all scoreline if he doesn't do that. And it's going to put Mark Williams as a favourite once again there. As the favourite will miss the yellow into the left corner. So once again, not leaving too easy of a shot now for Daniel Wells. Don't think he can even try and go for cutting the yellow in towards the corner. Which is not something that he wants to do ideally anyway. With him having to find 2 snookers and doing that on 5 colours is going to be a very difficult of a mission. So nearly pots the cue ball in the progress. And Williams has got a cushion shot now to try and roll the yellow in towards his own pocket there. Or as an alternative, he can try and generate some distance in between the 2 of those. And get the cue ball on the top part of the D. And send the yellow onto the right corner of the bottom part of the table. So once again, well, just trying to get the cue ball in behind the black there. So it's a decent line, but wants the cue ball to slow down and the yellow to have a nice little touch on the blue, which is not going to happen. So Williams can still see the majority of the yellow there. And it's probably enough to try and have a go for the yellow in towards the green pocket, which he had a go at, but ultimately missing out by the skinniest of margins. And yet again, it will be another attempt there by Wells. As he can send the cue ball in towards the black all he wants there, but realistically, there's going to have to be a perfect shot for him to try and do that. And once again, he's tried to do that. The cue ball is going to be quite close to the green, but he's going to miss that one out. So Williams just getting closer and closer there to finishing this frame. There's another chance to just spot the yellow in and make sure that is going to be the end of the frame. And it is going to be the case. As finally, we are going to have a 3-all frame advantage as the two players go for the bathroom break. I think the host is going to have to do the same thing. So bear with us and we'll be back with you in just like 2-3 minutes time. And yeah, sorry about that one. Couldn't help. But ultimately, we haven't missed any of the action as the two players are still yet to come back to the table. The referee is there waiting for them. But ultimately, I think it's a very important match and a very important frame, especially from Mark Williams' point of view, because it is an important match for him. It's been a while since we've seen him in a ranking event final. It obviously has been a while since we've seen Daniel Wells in the ranking event final. It's never happened for him in his career. But I think it was a crucial frame for him to try and win, especially the circumstance that he actually had to do that one in. It was very tricky for his performance point of view, but he managed to produce a break of 36 points, which in the circumstances of, it being higher than anything his opponent managed to produce in the entire match there, has been very, very healthy there for him. And ultimately, there's a huge difference of being the favourite and being 4-2 down, having a 3 frames each of a scoreline. As right now we are ready to get the 7th frame underway, and this time it will be done by Daniel Wells, sending the cue ball down the table, but seems to be pacey there. Straight away you can have a look from his observation. But in the end, no matter how pacey it looked in the previous sort of frame there, it's looking very nicely right now. Because the cue ball has landed in behind the green now. So send the white in towards the left-hand cushion there and try and accelerate it in towards the main bunch of reds here. Don't think there's going to be too much of an option there for him to give away something to Daniel Wells, but that is not the perfect shot there for Williams, because even though it's not a guaranteed chance, it's still a chance there that he's given away there to Daniel Wells. And now he has to just sort of try and have a look whether it's worth going for that red. And doesn't seem to be the case, as he has a look towards it and thinks against it, so just pushes the cue ball on towards the main bunch of reds and forces Mark Williams to try and send the cue ball away from the main pack here. But I don't think he's going to have to put too much strength and power on that shot, because it's going to be just sending the cue ball away from the pack there. And once again, Daniel Wells having full control of the position in this shape and accelerating the cue ball in towards the main bunch and trying to get it up the table, but has to make sure he doesn't make the same mistake that he was doing against Liam Pullen consecutively yesterday. Was catching the pink and the blue in succession, and against those types of shots there. So Wells has to potentially consider of going for the red there and sending it in towards the left corner, getting the cue ball a nice little angle to be sitting very close to the green pocket himself. Nice shot there for him. And Williams has got a similar type of a shot there, but this time with a chance to actually pot the red in towards the right corner, but has to focus on getting the cue ball safe, and he's managed to do that. So in fact, I think he's played a perfect shot there, pretty much returning the favour from the break-off shot there from Daniel Wells. And as he manages to get the cue ball into the reds there from the first time of asking after a cushion first shot there from the left-hand side. This time it's going to be Williams. They'll have a chance to play the cue ball away from the pack here. And doesn't seem to lead us to anywhere just yet. Wells will try and do similar sort of thing there. And see if he's actually left a touching ball there. Looked concerned. And referee certainly saying that he hasn't left the touching ball there for him. So Williams can now just play the cue ball away from the bunch here. And it's a nice shot there for him. It's a really nice shot, in fact, because the cue ball has landed exactly in between the brown and the green, which is actually going to be very beneficial there for Williams, because you're not leaving a pot on, you're leaving a safety shot on there. And the angle is going to be against Daniel Wells here. As the cue ball is going to travel towards the lower part of the table once again now. I think he just about missed the pink. So I don't think it's going to be a foul there to Williams. And Mark is just going to send the cue ball in towards the red there. The referee having a really difficult job so far at this semi-final, having to watch out for every single one of those shots to make sure that neither of the times that, well, I mean, some of the times the cue ball will be touching the red. He has to make sure he doesn't miss any of those situations there to let the players know, so that they go for a different approach of a shot in comparison to what they would have gone for if the red wasn't touching the cue ball at the same point of them playing the shot there. But Williams having a look to see if he can send the cue ball away from the pack here. Doesn't seem to be the case. And has he left just a bit too much room there for Daniel Wells to take the red in towards the left corner? I mean, we've seen Daniel Wells leave out those chances for Williams, previously not taken there. And, yeah, I think Williams realised that you had to put the cue ball exactly on the cushion for that shot to work. Most boring match of the season so far. I mean, I'm trying to think if there was... I think Selby had one more boring than this, I'll be honest with you. I think there was one. It's probably least... It's probably the worst if you take into account the pot success, because it was just made a lot worse because Daniel Wells has missed another shot there. So even though he wasn't left with the cue ball being on the right hand side of a cushion, He's missed the red in towards the left corner, and once again, for the first time in a couple of frames, Mark Williams is going to be technically ahead of this match. Certainly ahead of this frame now. And 1 point scored by Williams. And has the black now in towards the right corner. And every point counts right now, with it being 42 points being the highest break of the semi-final after 6 frames. Has to be the stat of the tournament. Don't think we've ever seen that before. Well, I certainly haven't seen that before. For us not to have a 50 plus break in the opening 6 frames. And let's be fair, it's not really a guarantee that we're going to get one in this frame. Williams has got a little bit of a tricky position now ahead of him after this black, as he tries to cannon the cue ball into the reds. And once again, the prediction that I made previously that we might not even get a 50 plus break in this frame does seem to come true here, because he caught the reds nicely there, but the cue ball has gone exactly onto the black ball cushion, with clearly way too much of the backspin being played there. But to be fair, Williams manages to recover pretty well on the shot and gets the cue ball really into the safe place behind the black ball there. So Wells, I think he can try and navigate his way through to some of the reds closer by the right middle. Try and send those towards the bulk area and get the cue ball as close to the black ball cushion as he can. Of course, can't apply anything but topspin on this shot, and therefore has gone for probably the right shot for him to try and play and get the cue ball towards the top part of the table, finding a nice little angle on that red. And yeah, from the terms of, if you talk about pot success and the break building, it certainly has been the worst that I've seen the entire season. But I suppose you have to navigate your way through it, and it was always going to be the case, you know, when you've got the likes of Daniel Wells, Louis Heathcote, and Mitchell Mann reaching such a high stage, you know, because they haven't been here before, they have to try and play their way, which is going to be slower than the top 16 players that they've been facing, you know, the likes of Murphy, the likes of Higgins, the likes of Williams. And it's always going to slow the play down, because they don't care about playing well, they care about the result there. And it's a nice little shot there. It's a really nice shot, in fact, by Wells, because he manages to get the cue ball in behind the brown now to put some pressure onto Williams. I might be able to see the touches of the reds there. So, and I mean, I'm not too sure if Williams is asking to have a look. So he's asked Wells to have a look at this situation, but I'm not too sure what's actually happened there. But I know what certainly happened here. Mark Williams getting the fluke of a touch there, because he misses the red on the way down the table, and he manages to catch it on the way back there, and he actually turns into a really good safety shot there. Wells seems to try and laugh it off there, but those are the chances that, you know, he wants to be and wants to have the luck on his side. He doesn't seem to have performance on his side so far, though, as he's technically behind in this match by 16 points there, with it being 3 frames all. Still all to play for, and basically turning into first to 3 there. And it's a nice start there by Daniel Wells. Gets the cue ball in behind the green and the pink there. So all about trying to find the gap in between those two for Williams, if it's possible, to see the red that he wants to catch, to make sure that the cue ball is going to be in a safe position there for himself. And when I say safe position, I didn't mean in the pocket. And that's exactly where the cue ball was heading. And in the end, it's going to be a chance once again given away to Daniel Wells. If he can see enough of that red into the right corner. I mean, he seems to have had a look at it way too quickly for my liking. And yeah, it probably is not available there for him, unfortunately. So he has to go for a couple of reds being sent into the main pack. And the cue ball drifting away once again there onto the top part of the table. So it's a nice shot there in terms of the white being safe, and once again trying to get it in behind the brown or the green zone. This time it's not quite as effective as it was previously. And 16 points for Williams. It's still the advantage that he holds in the frame number 7 for a 4-3 lead potentially for one of these two. And finally, Williams manages to recover after being faced a couple of difficult safety shots. He can now try and impose one on his opponent. Finds a way really nicely of a bit of scrutiny that he found himself under. Still 86% by the way for Williams to win this match. So still very much being the favourite. Even though the way this match has gone, it wouldn't be surprised for any one of those two to win it. And this time it's Daniel Wells that gets the little bit of luck there to himself. He could have given a red away there to Williams. Instead, it's just going to be a safety, and once again, just a chance to send the cue ball up the table, and a couple of those reds to go into each other with not necessarily a chance to get yourself a guaranteed opportunity in the next shot, but still just remain in the hunt now for the next chance, which does seem to be very valuable with the way the opening 6 frames have gone. And with the way Mark Williams didn't manage to take the chance that was his opening in the frame number 7. But if he gets a nice little cannon off the green, the only red that Daniel Wells is going to see is going to be the one on the right hand cushion. And the problem with that red is can't really play a safety shot of it. You can try and go for a pot there, but you know, the way the pot success has been and the way the long shots have been wouldn't necessarily be the best shot for Daniel Wells to try and go for. Especially with him losing for the first time in a couple of frames there. So, does seem to go for this one. If he makes this, he'll be in a great chance of trying to go for the black there. But if he doesn't, he'll risk to give away a positional sense to Mark Williams. And it's going to be option 2 there for him. It looked like Williams made him look very uncomfortable with the safety shot that he just played. And in the end, he had no other option than to go for the red into the left corner, completely commit himself. And Williams is off to a great start by taking the easier red into the right middle. We'll have the blue in the opposite side of the table to pot and try and send the cue ball down the table once again there. And having the red into the left middle to try and play. 22 points clear, still 123 on the table. So only 3 reds have been eliminated so far. Williams making it 4 as he makes one more of those reds into the left middle. So once again this time he's going to be in and around the black spot. So drop this one in and get yourself lined up on one more red in towards the right corner there. So 30 points clear and counting now for Mark Williams. Daniel Wells probably had a massive chance slipped away in the last frame, but this could put him onto a lot of scrutiny if he loses 2 frames on the bounce there to Williams. Because not only are you giving away the momentum there, but you're also giving the player that's going to be the favourite, and he's the highest ranking seed out of the 2 of them by quite some margin. You're giving him away the frames to actually lead him into the final there. With the clash of either Shaun Murphy or Gary Wilson. The match that is only going to start less than 2 hours from now, and we're still haven't reached the boiling point, I would say, let alone the conclusion of this first semi-final. After the couple of opening frames have really been the lengthy ones, they do seem to have set up the pace for the remaining ones, but for now, Williams manages to get himself onto one more red into the right corner after playing the cue ball in towards the bunch there. So the break of 31 points, could we see finally the break of 50 plus points that I said we might never see in the 7th frame after Williams' a little bit wasteful shot on the 16 points. And if that one was a little bit wasteful, I'm not sure why he's gone for the reds to try and exploit that are currently on the cushion when it's not necessarily, it's not like he's won these frames. 54 points clear, still 91 on the table, and he has to go for the back jaw as an aim into the left corner. He manages to make it though, so I suppose it was a risk worth taking on. The black will put him 62 points clear with 83 on the table, and gets himself onto one more red in towards the left corner. So 2 more reds and he will be done with this frame. And away there, as we do have the highest break of the match so far, 46 points. The red makes that 47. So the black for the first 50 plus point break of points in the semi-final here. I think Sean Murphy and Gary Wilson will be able to break that record later on today. Simply of the way these two have been playing. You know, Williams has been playing decent, but still I wouldn't say he's been on top of his form. As, right now he's got the red as his frame ball there. So 71 points, only 55 of those on the current break. But ultimately it is going to be the frame to Mark Williams. It's only the second time in the semi-final. You'll find yourself up ahead there of Daniel Wells, winning 2 frames on the bounce there for the second time today as well. And every single time he's gone to win a frame there, he's gone to back it up with another win so far today. And 4-3 lead, yeah, is going to be a very massive thing for him to try and actually do. And sort of present to himself ahead of Daniel Wells in this clash for the finalist spot. As he's now got a break of 70 points. It's still going to be a massive task for him to try and make a century break from this position. As he just wants to get the cue ball into the red there and push it away into the left corner. He managed to do that. So not going to say I'm too surprised, but those were the type of shots that he was missing earlier in the match. And could he just be finding the form of his life, and certainly the form of his tournament, in the perfect time there. Still on the hunt for a century break. Only one more of those reds is going to remain a problem. The one that is currently sitting underneath the black spot there. I think it's the one that he's going to try and go for right now, probably, with him having a nice little angle on the black. And just play through this shot there with some sort of power, because the angle is not going to do it enough there to have the line up on the black. And just about rattles the red in, and it's still alright for a century break. So could we see not only the first 50 plus break, but also a century break there by Williams, and a little bit of a breakthrough for Mark. And I don't know why this match has gone to complete reset, so I'll try to fix that one very quickly. And whatever reason, reset button doesn't seem to work for me, so apologies for that. A little bit of a delay will be handed in, but the century break is given there to Mark Williams. As right now, so he's lost the opening frame, then he's 1-2 on the bounce, then he's lost 2 on the bounce himself, and he's 1-2 on the bounce right now. So I got the scoreline up, and I'm going to get the break in as well there. So it's a break of 107 points there to his name, as he's on the brown. So a potential clearance of 129 points there is available to his name if he gets the blue in. Let me just try and navigate my way through to make sure that the break's highest is going to be equal as well. As he manages to get the pink in as well. So nice shot there by him. So 122 points on the break. And so right now, the black for the total clearance, and 129 points to get himself the frame in a really nice style there for Mark Williams. So a perfect performance in frame number 7, something that we haven't seen from any one of the two players. And finally, it's not only a 50 plus break, but it's also a comfortable century break for Mark Williams. It didn't look like he could make that position work to win him the frame there, but in the end, he managed to produce a brilliant total clearance to get himself ahead now, once again, by 4 frames to 3. Daniel Wells has to find himself being behind once again there. And a massive challenge for him to try and overcome, as the Welsh putting machine seems to be marching on towards the final spot now. And only has 2 frames in between himself and doing that. Right now, the referee will try and make sure the Reds are set up perfectly there. And we're going to get the 8th frame underway as well. Hoping that it's going to be a little bit more of the same in terms of Mark Williams' performance. And let's see if Daniel Wells will be able to step up his performance in the previous couple of frames, just being on the receiving end of things slightly. You know, losing that frame that was anyone's game for the taking in the 6th frame. And also losing the frame that was a moment of brilliance there by Mark Williams, producing a break of 129 points as a total clearance for himself. And just waiting to see until we can get going again. But until then, we can actually have a look at how the odds are doing in Mark Williams' favour. And it's 116 to his name, and it's 5.2 there to Daniel Wells to win this semi-final. And yeah, it's looking like he had his chance there, Daniel Wells, but it's no longer there for him. Because you can't really see him coming back from winning the remaining sort of 3 frames in a row, or at least 3 out of the next 4 there. It's going to be a really tough ask there for him. But it could be a straightforward ask for Mark Williams if he manages to take one more frame, put himself into a 5-3 lead. All of a sudden, he only needs one more to book himself into the final spot there. As the referee seems to have all of the reds and all of the colours ready, the cue ball is going to be given to Mark Williams, I think, to have a break-off shot into the frame number 8 and get himself off to a great start, something that he managed to do in frame number 6, and the frame that he's managed to went on to win there. Can he make it 3 on the bounce there? And Daniel Wells absolutely must do is to stop that streak of the Welsh potting machine, because when the machine is up and running, it's going to be really difficult to try and stop that engine from running away with it. Right now, it's a decent break-off shot once again now from Mark Williams. Not quite as good as it was in the frame number 6 there, because Wells can have the cue ball get through to that red and try and play it in towards the black ball cushion. Doesn't seem to have the perfect angle on it though, as the reds are not going to be available there, but it's just the fact that he's given the initiative away to Williams so easily, so early into the frame, and could be a little bit of a problem for him, as I say, as the match is looking to go 4 hours since it's actually started. Once again, Williams just has to go for a shot of sending the cue ball in towards the bunch of reds. And Daniel Wells has to get the cue ball away from the pack there. So I thought he was actually going to give initiative away there to Williams, but in the end, it's actually Daniel Wells that gets the first chance of get the cue ball into the safe place, it being behind the baulk line and on towards the baulk cushion. So Mark Williams can try and navigate his way through the remaining red onto the right hand side of the table. And he's looking to do that now. Don't think he can try and take this one on there. Don't think there's a room for Mark Williams to try and go for that red in towards the right corner. In the end, he's gone for a just now nice little switch of the play there. Put the cue ball on top of the right corner pocket. And Daniel Wells will put one of those reds into the main bunch and send the cue ball onto the top part of the table yet again now. So a nice little kiss off the brown for him to give him a bit more help as well. Mark Williams once again forced to play the shot away from the main pack and do a cushion first shot. Try and get on some of those reds either on the main pack or underneath the black here, and doesn't seem to do that from the first time of asking. I think he's going to be alright off not giving a red away there, so just going to have attempt number 2. 4 points go the way of Daniel Wells, and it's the first 4 points that Daniel Wells has seen in over half an hour there. And Mark Williams doesn't seem to be bothered with the way referee has done the cue ball, because he obviously feels like he's going to get this one on the second time of asking. But I mean, if he does get this one, but he should have been more bothered, because he's just given away a chance now to Daniel Wells into the left corner. I mean, could be wrong there, but the angle sometimes can be deceptive. But to that extent, he clearly has got a path ahead of himself. Try and take this red in towards the left corner, and yes, he does. So it's a massive mistake there from Williams, because I know it's only 1 point for now, but you know, you give away the momentum now that you seem to have had in the previous couple of frames. And also you gave away some valuable points now to Daniel Wells that he didn't seem to be getting in frames number 7 or 6 there. So he's got the black now, and get the cue ball up the table to an extent for one more red in towards the left corner. That probably will be the last of the available reds up to this point. And you know, going for the blue there, which I think is going to be a logical transition for him. And he's going to try and send the cue ball in towards the reds there, and spread those out in a way that is going to be beneficial for him. So get the cue ball onto the top part of the blue ball there, and yeah, he's got himself a perfect angle. In fact, it's probably, yeah, he's probably just about perfect on this one, not too far, so not too much of a difficulty of trying to get the blue in. And he's also got significant amount of a gap to send the cue ball with some sort of power, as tries to accelerate there, but the red is going to drop in as well, so that is unlucky there from Daniel Wells. He's going to concede 5 points there to Mark Williams and end his break on just 9 points scored. And yeah, it's always the risk there of trying to send the cue ball from the blue, and that's why players sometimes prefer to do it off the black there, because you're never going to have a red going in there, left or right middle pocket, just because of the way the triangle is set up there for you. But you can always have that when you're playing off the blue, and Mark Williams gets himself a cheap chance now to be back in this frame. But just as I say that, he seems to be pretty straight on this blue then, and don't think he's got too many of the options to try and get the cue ball down the table, but something that he has to do if he wants to continue the break. And he also doesn't want a cue ball to be too close to the left-hand cushion, and neither of those criteria really have been satisfied by Williams on this shot. And he looks to go for the red. He's going to be really tight there into the corner pocket, but he makes this one stick. So one of the few pots that we actually see Mark Williams make from this angle. And as I say, could be finding the form in the perfect time for himself. 5-3 lead is going to be a very significant advantage heading into frame number 9 there. The frame that could still prove to be the last one that he's going to require to progress himself into the final. Clash of either Shaun Murphy or Gary Wilson. And technically, of course, on paper will be a massive favourite, should that be the case. But as I'm saying all of that, he still hasn't taken his next shot there on the ball colour. It's going to be either green or brown. So clearly is a sign that he's not going to have too easy of a job of trying to land the cue ball onto one of those reds. And I think he's going to be unlucky. Yeah, he is going to be unlucky because the pink has cleared out the red out of the way, but also has bumped into another red and has actually left himself in the way. So it's unlucky there from Williams, but ultimately he does get himself off a start into this frame off a fluke. So I think it's only fair that he's going to be, well, another chance there for Daniel Wells really to get himself into this frame, something that, you know, he struggles to do. And the thing about Wells is we've already seen that against Xi'An when he was winning by 3 frames to 0. Xi'An managed to win 3 frames against him on the bounce. Got it to a 3-all draw there until that debatable point happened in between the two of them. Some fans felt that he was losing absolutely everything there with Xi'An at that time. Others have felt, including me, that Xi'An was on the run there and just playing a very risky shot there of his own. But for now, it's Mark Williams that has got a straightforward safety now and gets the cue ball in behind the green now. Doesn't get the cannon off the brown that he would have liked there to get the cue ball exactly in behind the green, but it's still going to be in a nice position for him to try and make the most out of this. You're Williams, because Wells has got a difficult shot ahead of him, and he's going to leave that red available there for Williams, so he has to make sure that he compensates with the distance on the cue ball, and he certainly managed to do it. So I think that red is going to stay safe there, at least for this shot. There's no way that Williams can try and go for the pot like that, with the cue ball being exactly on the cushion there. And I mean, it's not for the first time Mark Williams misses the red and catches it on the way back with a perfect safety shot there to himself. When I say perfect, it's not quite perfect. It's just about gone over the baulk line. And Wells has got a red available in towards the right corner. So he just has to see and make sure that if he goes for this red into the right corner, which I would expect him to do, he has got a clear path for the colour there. Because if he hasn't, there's no point taking that red on. Because he's just toying with something that you have got absolutely no control of, and cue ball's going to be pacey this time around. So very similar shot to the one that Wells had to play. Williams has got ahead of himself right now as well, but straight away no hesitation there, refusing that red in towards the right corner. So the angle probably being even worse there for him at that time. But the angle that he's got the cue ball into is looking very nice there for him, and Wells acknowledges that this shot was well played there. As he gets himself in behind the green now, so has to play a cushion first shot there. And get himself, well, get the cue ball really into the safe position. And yeah, he's done that really well there, Daniel Wells. Managing to find a perfect room there to send the cue ball into. And right now, one more red is going to be taken in towards the cushion, you would think there from Williams. You've got a perfect chance to try and do that, and decided once again to refuse that and just sacrifice the getting one more red safe to just making sure that he's going to get the cue ball safe, so minimize the options for Daniel Wells at this time. You know, Williams clearly feels like he's got the initiative right now and is the man in form going into this frame, although it is going to be only 2 points of an advantage now for himself. After pretty much 4 hours since the match has started. And once again, a nice little switch of the play there by Daniel Wells, but the cue ball is just going to be short of pace there. And well, this is the time, I think, for Mark Williams to try and step his game up and go for the shot into the right middle. Because with the way the reds are positioned underneath the black, you know, there's a cluster of at least 5 of them. So I can't see Daniel Wells making his next break the one that actually wins him the frame. So is he going to go for this one? Yes, he is. And you can tell he's flowing with confidence because he started moving towards his next shot until the red has disappeared. And he's played that one with so much power. Absolute perfect there from Mark Williams. As he rolls the pink in as well. Has got a little bit of distance there in between the cue ball and the red though. Would have liked to see the white be a bit more further there from the cushion. But I think he's going to be alright on just rolling through the shot and not worrying about the spin. So, of course, he has to apply top spin naturally because of the position of the cue ball. But takes the red in nicely. And will have the pink into the right middle as well. So, it was one of those shots that you can't really ask Mark Williams to take on when he's losing by 3 frames to 2 there. But you certainly can't do that when he's just won 2 frames on the bounce. And he's finally looking like he's going to find his form here. At the perfect time, really. 16 points clear, 2 reds available, and 99 on the table currently. So his task minimum has to be to try and reduce that amount on the table to 83 points and get himself sort of 30 points clear. And he can try and do something on the last color after potting those 2 reds that are still currently in play. So it lands the wrong side of the blue if you're going for the lower part of the table, but of course with the red that is into the open play, being on the lower part of it, is actually going to be beneficial there for Mark Williams and clearly done on purpose. So the last red into the left middle is going to disappear very shortly, and then it's going to be all about if he goes for the black or the blue there. Try and get himself the angle to split up those reds. I think he's gone for the black here, but it's a touch more of the angle that I think he actually would have wished for. You know, the cue ball is certainly going to do the damage to the reds there, but you can't quite take your eye off the pot there because the whole reason of this frame being comfortable for Williams was this cluster of reds that he's trying to split up right now, and he's managed to do that really well there. So 43 points right now on the board, 30 points advantage, 83 on the table still remaining. And Williams having a chance to roll the red in towards the corner, plays this one absolutely perfectly, because he doesn't sacrifice too much of the angle on the black as well. So the Welsh potting machine finally does seem to recreate his name now in the last 3 frames or so. And he's very close to making that frame in his favour as well, because he's now 38 points clear, 67 on the table. And right now, you're just about to make this 59 on the table if he rolls the red in, which he does. So once again the black now, and the slightest of angles to get himself into the reds even more. If he wants to, I mean, he can try and take one more remote red out until that actually is the case. So 46 points clear. And I mean, the red and the high value color will certainly get him over the line and make it a 5-3 of a scoreline. As he just rolls the red in perfectly, clearly playing with confidence now. And there's something that you can actually be really fearful of is Mark Williams finding his groove and finding his confidence here. After, you know, some of the scrappy frames, he's managing to produce some of the brilliant frames here, being 54 points clear with 51 on the table. So you roll the red in, and Daniel Wells has got absolutely no chance of winning this frame here. And he will do that, so he's not going to care about the black there. So he's now 55 points clear with 43 on the table. I mean, if he plays a decent shot there of one of those colours, surely it's going to be game over in this frame for Daniel Wells. I mean, I know you can have the free ball, but you've got 2 reds being underneath the black there, and there's no real chance that you can get 15 points out of it. So it's pretty much a foul, a free ball is not going to be enough there for you. So that's not going to do it, I would think. And we're going to head straight into frame number 9. If Mark Williams manages to get himself on the next color. But the thing that I didn't actually realise is he's probably snookered himself on the black here. So with him being, of course, clear of Daniel Wells, he can't have a miss on this shot. So probably just play into the black here. I think he can try and afford to lose 7 points, because he can. He's got much more of a chance of getting the black in. But even if he doesn't get it, he loses 7 points. He's still comfortably away in this frame. Is my logic behind it, and he doesn't think so. But what you're doing by that is you're risking to give away a free ball there. So I think you just have to go for the black now. But of course he can't hear me, and even if he could, he wouldn't listen to me. Doing the right thing, as Mark Williams will miss the yellow now. So 4 points will be given away, and another 50 plus break will end on 56 points there for Williams. And Wells just asking Williams to play from the same position. So coming back to the table now, 51 points clear, 43 on the table. Of course, it's only a single free ball now. So it's worth trying to do that for Daniel Wells, as Williams plays the first shot really nicely. And just send the red as a cross double in towards the left corner pocket, trying to have it bounce, but not too close into the right corner, because that could give Williams a chance. And just about judged the pace well there, Wells. Williams is going to go back for the shot into the left-hand side of the table. And just about does enough in terms of not putting too much power on the red there for it to go over the left middle. In fact, it's probably a perfect shot there for him, with the cue ball being tied up on the ball cushion. And Daniel Wells just playing a decent shot that you would think from the first start, but instead it's going to be a chance given away there to Williams to try and finally put the frame to bed and make it a scoreline of 5 frames to 3, and it certainly will be the case now. And it is now 3 frames on the bounce there for Mark Williams. Daniel Wells and Mark Williams agreed that there's no point of continuing the frame, and it is now the chance, and the perfect chance, for Mark Williams to close off this match up against Daniel Wells in a perfect fashion there for him, winning 3 frames on the bounce there. Can he make it 4 in a row there potentially and close it off there against Daniel Wells with a brilliant performance in the second stage of the match there. And, Daniel Wells could have done better in terms of his performance in the frames like 6. Probably, yeah, frame 6 and frame 3, I would say, were the biggest ones that he sort of lost out on. The opening 2 were a bit scrappy from each player's point of view, but in terms of his just performance overall, you have to say he should have done better in certainly frame number 5 there. There's no doubt about it, because he basically had a straightforward clearance of himself to go 4-2 up there against Mark Williams. He didn't manage to do it that time, and ultimately it looks like that's going to cost him dearly now. Having lost out 3 frames of the bounce here, and a 3-2 lead that he's had to himself is turned into a 5-3 lead for Mark Williams, and potentially the last frame that we're going to see here, frame number 9. If Mark Williams wins this one, he will be confirmed as the first finalist of tomorrow's session there, here at the Xi'An Grand Prix. As a referee has got all of the reds and the colours set up there, so just waiting for Daniel Wells to come back from the bathroom break. And we'll be back to the action yet again now. Very important for him to try and do some more damage in terms of the early the early stage of the frame, because you don't want to leave Mark Williams trying to get away with it at the start with a safety battle. And then because if you try and do that, ultimately you're going to be facing with Mark Williams being in form, producing breaks of 129 and 56 previously, and Daniel Wells still being stuck on his highest break of 34 points that he didn't manage to even replicate in the last couple of frames there. So could be a little bit of a problem for him, as he's just seemed to be taking a long time there until he returns to the table. The referee's ready there. Mark Williams has stayed ready in his chair. And it's all eyes on the return of Daniel Wells, both into the arena and into the match there, because he needs to, well, he needs to win 3 frames, obviously, to get himself as the winner. He can't afford to lose any more of them. But ultimately, he needs to get himself a decent break there for the first time in the entire match, really. I don't think you can count that a break of 34 points. He ultimately won in the frame there, but I don't think you can count that as a brilliant break that he's managed to make in the second frame there. In the third frame, I should say. And right now, it's a decent break-off shot there by Wells. You know, he's left the red into towards the right corner, but the cue was landed in behind the green. So once again, nice little tradition of the players sending their cushion first shot in towards the reds. The cue was just going to drift off slightly there. And Daniel Wells will have a safety shot to his name as well. As he just has a look to see what his options are. And when they don't look too great there, he just sends the cue ball in towards the reds there. So something that we've seen in frame number 7. Looks like we're going to see in frame number 9 as well. Players rolling back and forwards there. And as I say, it could have been a much different story there for Wells, because it could have been a 2-4 in his favour at that time. Certainly it is a turning point in the match so far. And up until that point, it did look like it was Williams that was dominating there. And right now, what we're going to see now, once again, if Williams managed to turn around things, and he was playing dreadfully in the opening 5 frames, I think he'll admit that himself, and he's managed to turn it around and play all right in the 6th frame, and play really well in frames number 7 and 8 there. It says Daniel Wells can try and do the same sort of thing there to himself. And, you know, if Mark Williams steps down slightly and his game drops off, we can still see brilliant battle there in between the two players, but we're not going to see that if Mark Williams plays shots like that, because it's a brilliant shot into the right corner, although it does look like it's going to cost him and earn him a single point there. So not necessarily losing the control of the cue ball, but clearly not trying to land himself on the colour. And it's only going to be a single point there. But it's still shots like that that make you the finalist and the champion there, that he certainly is. A brilliant shot, and probably the shot that you can't really tell about Daniel Wells, that he's sort of had a couple of those in the entire match there. Williams clearly finding his form, and what a shift it has been. You know, you talk about the frame number 5s and 6. It's been night and day there for Williams, especially the starting point of it. As Wells clearly feels like he may as well go for this now, and that going for it may as well leave Williams with a great chance of taking the red in towards the left corner, if that one is available, of course. Does seem to be in the way of each other though, so I thought it was available there for Williams, but it's the thing is as well, if Wells wants to go for it, I think Williams has to just go for a conservative shot there. He's got one more of a cut into the same corner pocket, but it's much more difficult there for him. But he still makes this one. Just tells you how much form and being in form can do to you. Because it's only going to be, it looks like a single point there. Unless it's going to be called a touch and ball by the referee. Don't think it's going to change his mind though massively. And nice little shot there by Williams. Just a little tap on the cue ball, because it was a touch and ball. So once again, a break off a single point, but ultimately eliminating 2 of those reds and snookering Daniel Wells here. He had his chance there, Wells, and you know, once again, if he wants to get another one, he has to work for it pretty hard there. And you know, the way to stop the momentum of Mark Williams is try and get yourself a little bit of momentum, something that, you know, he hasn't been able to produce so far here. Right now, acknowledging the shot from Williams being played previously. And yeah, the thing that he's got ahead of himself is you can't really see an escape route. As he does have a little chat with the referee. I think he's just talking about the rest being brought up to him. So he's going to try and play this one backwards. But Wells seems to change his mind there. And either he's not ready to play a shot just yet, or he needs another rest. So giving a referee a little bit of a run there. Going for rest number 1. No. Going for the rest number 2. No. Going for the rest number 1 again. Hopefully that's going to be the last change. And so what he's trying to do is send the cue ball in towards the ball cushion there. Into the left-hand side cushion. And try and land onto one of the lower reds. But unless you're doing that for the one that is closer to the left side there, you're going to leave that red onto the left side there into the left corner to be played. The colours are all available, even the black to an extent. So this does look like, and of course, any shot that right now that Daniel Wells is playing right now, it could prove to be the last one that we're going to see of Daniel Wells in the entire campaign here. And I mean, just as I say that, he catches the front jaw there, and I mean, Williams was marching on towards the table pretty comfortably. But then the cue ball has just gone a bit too far out, so he may actually force Wells to repeat the same shot simply for the fact of, I can't really see, I don't know about Williams, but personally I can't see the colour that he's going to play after this red, because the cue ball is basically going into the mix of reds and the black there. So the left corner pocket is covered up by all sorts of reds there, but he's playing the one into the right corner, so unless he forces this one, which it's not easy to do for you anyway when you're playing a rest shot. Yeah, he goes for the right decision for me. He goes for asking Daniel Wells to repeat the same shot, and the referee will put the cue ball exactly back where it was. And I think it's the right decision there. It was just too risky, and I think it would have been just too impatient there for Mark Williams to go for a shot like that there. And Wells does seem to have a look at this cue ball and see if he's happy with this positional. Sense that he's going to be re-established by the referee. Seems to be happy with it. And once again, he's got attempt number 2 now. 1, 2, 3 cushions and into the blue there. And I think this position will certainly be taken by Williams if he can just get through to that red. because now the angle is going to be for him and for his advantage to get the cue ball back for either blue, pink or green, all being located very close to each other. So once again, just shows you that that decision was the right one for him, as he gets himself onto the pink here. So a little bit of a, yeah, I would say he's lacking a little bit of pace on that shot, and now he's got an angle on the pink that I think he would have liked to avoid, because unless he decides to stun the cue ball now and play it into the green, I mean, that is fine, but you're still giving yourself an option potentially to try and play in towards the red, into the left corner, which it's not like an easy pot there. So he's clearly trusting his ability now. That will free up at least one of the reds for the black to be available into the left corner very soon. Williams has to make this shot though, because if he doesn't and he misses, he'll be giving a very handy position into the hands of Daniel Wells there. And he does make this one. How's the color position? I think he's just going to be about fine, but it's not going to be any more than fine, because the position on the pink is quite awkward, and the blue being off its spot, and I mean, the pink is very close to actually not being available into the right corner pocket. As I say, I'm not sure with that previous shot selection on the pink there by Williams. He has to play the shot absolutely perfectly, and he has to play with power because he can't afford any fade there, but he's managed to do it. And surely now it is going to be the end of all struggles for Mark Williams and Daniel Wells, with a different outcome for both of them. It all comes down to Williams just making the couple of reds here. And the first one, once again, just about misses the black there into the right corner. Gets himself back for the pink and into the prime position, and into a really nice situation as well. Being 25 points clear already. The pink will make that 31. And if he just plays through this cue ball now, get himself lined up for a couple of reds onto the left part of the table. Daniel Wells just has to wait for one more chance there, but no, his chances have been there and he hasn't used them. You could say the same thing about Williams, but he's been really, really clinical in the second part of the game. Just as I say that, I think he makes absolute mess of the shot that he just played. So has to go for a really difficult cut now in towards the right corner. But so far, up to this point, Williams has been really clinical, but it may be just too much of a difficulty for him to handle on this shot. And he does make this one, although, and if he just goes around the green, he'll be rewarded with a perfect positional shot as well. So lovely shot there, and he just tells you that, you know, even if you run yourself out of position, when you're playing well and you're on form, you could be the most dangerous player on the tour there. So Williams about to go 35 points clear with his yellow, as he just decides to edge that one over the green here. And just go once again for the cue ball to be sent onto the lower part of the table. So he's got himself 35 points ahead of Daniel Wells, still 91 points on the table, so can't slip up just yet there. Position is still looking quite promising there for him, as one more red will disappear there. So 83, and the pink to go into the same corner pocket. The problem, of course, for Williams is you know, unless he develops those reds that were getting in the way of the pink and the black, he still has to be on the knife edge when he's playing those types of shots, because it's very I say it's very marginal. I couldn't actually see that pink was going through, and he missed that one. I mean, I think he's cannoned into the reds previously, and therefore one of those reds was in the way of the pink, because I could absolutely see no way there for him to make that pink pass. But in the end, it's not like he's going to be punished for it severely. Daniel Wells hasn't got anything because of the pink actually blocking the pocket, unless he wants to go for a really difficult of a cut above the black spot there. But I think he's going to go for a shot that he's going to have the cue ball being sent towards the top part of the table. And, well, let's see if he can actually make this one work there for himself. Because what he wants to do is develop some of those reds, but ultimately, all of those reds that he actually develops, he needs to make sure that None of them are going to be available for Williams to try and actually play. And I think Williams will have a look to see if there's a plant on there in towards the left corner, which does seem to be getting very close to it. And with the way he's aiming at, I think he's actually going for this plant. And yeah, he was unlucky there from Wells. You can't really judge when you're playing off the reds like that. You can't really judge the way they're gonna set up into each other. But ultimately, it doesn't look like once again it's going to cost him too dearly. 1 point by Williams, and looks like that's going to be it here. No chance of getting the black or the pink there. The blue is off its spot as well. And Williams can try and put one more of the ball colours off their spots as well. Or maybe it just puts the cue ball on towards the top part of the table and into towards the ball cushion nicely. So it's just looking like we're going to run out of reds there for Daniel Wells inevitably. Just getting no points at all in this frame or the previous one. Sorry, not in the previous one. In the one that seen Mark Williams make a century and 129 points clearance. So he had some in frame number 8 there, but ultimately it wasn't enough for him to establish a comfortable lead. Mark Williams produced a break of 56 points to get himself 5 frames to 3 ahead there. So Daniel Wells switches the run of play here, puts the cue ball onto the lower part of the table. And I think Williams will try and develop a couple of those reds in towards the top part of the table there. And into... So make sure just that you can't send the cue ball onto the baulk line, which is going to accelerate the way this frame is going to go. And of course at this stage, one mistake from Daniel Wells and surely is going to be over there from Williams' point of view. As he just plays one of the reds that was sitting on the cushion. Brings it into the pack there, but I mean, I don't think he's worth doing those shots right now, because what you want to do is, you know, when you've got a clear chance of getting the cue ball safe, you can do that. But right now, what he's done is he's left a potential shot there for Williams in towards the green pocket that, to be fair to Williams, he doesn't actually take on, so may have been the right decision. Once again, so 4 reds alongside the black there, and another 3 reds onto the top part of the table. Still more than enough points for now for Daniel Wells to actually get himself back in this frame, but it just doesn't seem to go his way, especially the last 3 frames or so, this being the 4th one. And has to get some distance there in between the red and the cue ball. Ultimately just about fine, with not giving away anything easy there for Williams. I think Williams can try and go for an aggressive approach, but of course in the position that he currently finds himself in, he can't go for a reckless approach, you know, trying to split all of the reds up and hope that he doesn't give away anything just because he's 2 frames clear. It's not the way to do that when you're 1 frame away from the final. And I think Mark Williams will have all the patience in the world now, and he's actually gone on for a really nice shot there, putting the cue ball very close on towards the ping there, onto the black ball cushion. So if Daniel Wells wants to go for a shot in towards the reds into the left corner, he has to play this one with a little bit of topspin and also bridge over the ping, which doesn't allow him to control the power as much as he would like, and also just puts him under a little bit of pressure and scrutiny to try and play for the next shot. But he manages to find his way out of it. And once again, we're back to the square one here. And just the 2 players trying to roll up to the reds, backwards and forwards. But of course, there's not going to be a chance of a re-rack, as Williams finds himself having a touch and ball to his advantage. And rolls the cue ball as close to the black ball cushion as he can. Can't afford to play away there, with the 3 reds being pretty much occupying the top part of the table, and can't really afford to be putting the cue ball on towards the right-hand cushion either. But what Williams can afford to do is put the black there, and clever shot there for him. Compromised by the fact that, you know, sort of Wells allowed him to do that. And yeah, this position just keeps getting worse there for Daniel Wells in terms of the pink is not in an easy position to pot. The black is certainly isn't. And the blue is way off its spot as well. Now, pretty much out of the 6 colors, you only have the yellow on its spot. And that's the cheapest of the colors. And it's probably one of the most awkward ones for you to try and navigate your way through. There's a little shake of the head there by the referee. Had to do those things a lot of the times throughout the match, and just spotting whose turn it actually is, and to see if it is touch and ball. Once again, Daniel Wells gets his turn back and plays a shot that we've seen him play throughout the majority of the frame here. And Mark Williams once again puts some sort of distance in there, in between the cue ball and the red. So about time we see some development from this position. And probably will go into the most boring match of the season just about now, with it being over 4 hours since it actually has started. So we're going to go quite close to the 5-hour mark. And well, we're going to see a very soon resolution if Mark Williams wins this frame, of course. It's going to be a match of 6 frames to 3 there. Is he going to win? And yeah, Wells is forced to put some sort of distance in between the cue ball and the reds, ultimately nearly giving up the red in towards the right middle. There's an easy shot there, but he's just put 2 reds on the cushion by his own hand there. Well, so it's all going against him, and Williams just can sense that and go for the red. That is a really difficult cut in towards the left middle that he has missed, but he could afford to do that because the worst thing he's actually given up there is a shot in towards the green pocket that was available throughout the majority of the safety battles that those two have had. Daniel Wells clearly not thinking that we're going to be too impressed with that short selection, and just having a look to see what is actually available there for him. He can try and go for the red into the middle, but I mean, there's not really a lot of value in doing that, and instead he's tried to bring up the blue in the open play. And it's a nice shot there for him, because not only because of bringing the blue ball into the play, but also because of the fact that he's actually got Williams into a little bit of problems here. And I think he just has to have the cue ball roll up to the left-hand cushion onto the red and give the turn back to his opponent. And if he wants to have a go, one of those reds in towards the green pocket, which is a selection of at least 4 of them that he can try and go for, not counting the one that you can try and go for along the cushion as well. I think it is talking about along the cushion. I think you can try and force that red along the cushion into the yellow pocket instead, and try and get himself as low down the table as possible. Nice shot there for him, and just puts Williams into a little bit of trouble, trying to get the thinnest of the edge of the reds there and get the cue ball in towards the black ball line. So pretty much switching the sides there in terms of the way the reds are spread out right now. And yeah, I don't think that was the plan there for Williams to have the red aimed at another one, because that has given a chance now to Daniel Wells to have a red taken into the left middle. He's got a couple of those to choose from, and a little shake of the head there as if to say, I might as well go for this now. And if it has to be my last chance, then so be it. The position has improved massively since the last exchange of safety, but still we've got 2 reds on the right-hand cushion, which Wells is going to need. But ultimately, he needs the spot now to go in. And he needs to be not straight on the pink. And he needs to have a lot of angle on this pink, and probably just about has enough of it. I mean, he has to play this one with probably the most power he's ever played a snooker shot in his life to get himself nicely onto the reds, because the yellow pocket is covered up there, and realistically you want to play for the shot into the left middle, so I can't really see him the way he's going to get into those reds, and the answer is no way. So all about just taking 7 points and going into the safety battle once again there. And I suppose taking 7 points is better than giving 7 points away to your opponent. Still 67 points on the table there for him. And And this time around, he has to be very careful in terms of, well, I mean, he does get those 7 points, but does he not put himself under a lot more scrutiny right now with the safety shot that he has to play than Williams was previously? Because he's just going to do the same thing that Williams did and give away a red in towards the right middle. And by him catching the green pretty much fully in the face, I think he'll get away with this one. Or does he? Yes, he will. Yes, he will get away with this one. Doesn't want to pot the black though, and he will pot the black. So another 7 points there given away to Daniel Wells. Not gonna matter massively there to him. In case of, it's not like it's a horrible position for him to play a shot from. And so being 23 points down right now. Still 67 points remain on the table. The black and the pink, of course, have gone back on their spots now after the pot from Williams and the pot from Wells. One was legal, one wasn't. And just as I say, they've gone back on their spots. The white might have something to say about that. And yeah, the white pushes the black ball the white pushes the black ball back onto its cushion. And it's not going to be playable in the foreseeable future there for him. Williams go for aggressive shot once again there. In terms of trying to pot the red. The cue ball control though is going to be absolutely perfect. So certainly the shot worth taking on there for him. And Daniel Wells will just try and get the cue ball in towards one of those reds. Quite close by the left middle. But not being able to pot it from this position, of course. Once again, Williams got himself into a little bit of trouble. And very much looking forward to see how is this match going to end now. Because if it is going to end in this frame, I mean, surely it has to be just one more chance there by Williams. Because if he gets 2 of those reds that are in open play, he gets himself into the third one. Could be into it with a great chance of, as long as he cannons into one of those reds, actually accumulating enough points for Daniel Wells not to have a chance anymore in that frame. Till then, he's still in with a great chance so far, getting himself accelerated into the semi-final after dispatching some of the brilliant opponents like Robert Milkins, like Xi'An, like Liam Pullen yesterday. But right now, it does seem to be a little bit struggling, and on the receiving end of things against Mark Williams, as he's forced to push one more of those reds on towards the right-hand cushion, something that he wouldn't want to do, as the player is actually interested to try and make sure those ones are as free as possible. So once again, the cue ball is going to be in behind the pink now. So it's a lovely shot there by Williams, and it's a shot that Daniel Wells has actually got himself under a little bit of scrutiny yet again now. So forcing the cue ball in towards the bunch of reds and trying to accelerate it. Just potentially put one of them into the open play, but in the end, you're going to run out of room there and run out of pace. If you talk about the cue ball itself. And just try and cannon the red away from the main bunch there if you're Williams, and try to put it towards the bulk line area. And cannons into the green as well, so that's going to be a great advantage there, because if you get all the colours in the way, it's going to compromise the comeback of Wells even more. So probably the perfect shot that he's played so far. And a double kiss there from Wells, so this could be the time for us to have a deciding point in this frame. And is that going to be the case there? Don't think it is, as Williams was looking to reach for a rest there, but realising it's not going to make any points. But ultimately that shot from Wells has put the brown onto the left-hand cushion, or pretty much there about it. Still 2 reds being very comfortable onto the right-hand cushion, and 4 more being there or thereabout onto the bulk line cushion, or pretty much, well, some of them are closer to the D zone, but at least 2 of them are going to be compromising each other and being very close by the bulk line cushion. So ideally for Williams, he doesn't want to be taking those reds out of the cushion there for himself, but he has to do something about it, because he has to play a shot there, and the 2 reds that are in open play, You can't really get a safe safety shot there off them, unless you're going to give away all sorts of initiative there to Daniel Wells. And yeah, it's a shot that was always going to be difficult, because Williams didn't want to put himself into a position where he took those two reds out of the right-hand cushion, because those two are going to be harder for Wells to cannon. And therefore, he's left the red now into the green pocket. A lot of distance, though, in between the red and the pocket itself. So Wells has to take the invitation that is there for him and try to roll this one in without real backup to his name. Because if he is to miss this one and leave it away, it surely is going to be the last shot that he's going to play. And he's missed it. And has he given it away there to Williams? He hasn't given that one away, but he's given another red there away to Mark Williams. And one pot is all it takes for Mark Williams to be away into the break that could lead him into the final there. 4 reds in the open play. It'll be 3-3 makes this one. And it doesn't, though. So clearly all that safety battle is taking all sorts of momentum and rhythm there for him. I don't think he'll be pressure, because he certainly can feel like he's in control of this match and just wants to get him over the line. But the same red is possible there by Daniel Wells if he just gets himself enough of the angle on this shot, and you'll be able to potentially develop some of the ball colours as well. But I mean, I'm surprised to see him actually turn that down, because I don't actually know what on earth he was doing, because he just left the red in towards the left middle for Mark Williams without no real sign of what he actually was playing for there. So it could prove to be a costly mistake there for him. And he's also left the red over the green pocket there. So is it going to be the pot that Mark Williams requires that get him into the break that is going to be the final of this match? It looks like it is, because he's got the red and he's got himself onto the blue as well. So not too perfect. And well, he can go for the yellow instead if he doesn't like the angle on the blue. I think it's going to be more than good enough there for him. Daniel Wells certainly feels like he'll be very fortunate to feature for one more shot there in this match. And for now, 87% have gone for Mark Williams to win in entirety. Thank you very much for everyone that joined in. And Williams just about makes the blue in. Was close, but I suppose he was always in control of that shot. And right now, he's got the red into the yellow pocket. That is going to put him 30 points clear with 59 on the table. So that is the case. Does he get himself onto the yellow? He can get himself onto the green there, but it's not going to be ideal. And I mean, you can try and go for the green and do just a little bit of backspin on it. I say a little bit, a lot of backspin on it. Or you can try and go for the yellow and send the cue ball pretty much around the entire table. And nice shot there for him, as he gets himself onto one more red now, in towards the left corner. So very important for him to actually make this shot stick. Once again, the reds are in decent position. And last thing that he wants to do is give away this position to Daniel Wells. And that's going to be the case now. So 47 points for Mark Williams. And he's going to be 52 with this blue right now. So just play on one more red there. Get yourself into the colour. And you're going to be nicely away into the final there. The first final of the season there for Mark Williams. I mean, you can lose count of the amount that he's actually made throughout his career. And yesterday's performance against Liu Haoteng and winning against a very tough decider there against him. Doing the same thing against Barry Hawkins. He was trailing in all of those matches. He was trailing today there. But looks like he is going to win. 4 frames on the bounce there for him. He just needs 2 more colours for that to be the case. As the yellow is in. Now 2 more reds for him to try and take on. The first one is going to put him 42 points clear with only 35 on the table. So barring snookers, he will be the finalist of the Xi'An Grand Prix here. And that is going to be the case here, because he is the Welsh potting machine. He is the world number 5, trying to go that one stop above there, which he is going to do if he is going to be the winner tomorrow. Dispatch Ronnie O'Sullivan and become the world number 4. The Rocket has had a decent campaign, reaching the quarterfinal stage. But Mark Williams is going to take it one step above there. And barring Snooker, as I say, 44 points is clear. So if you go for a double and get the nice little kiss of the blue, which he did, but didn't quite drop the red in towards the pocket. And is the red, and is the cue ball going to stop in below the yellow? Yes, it is. So we're going to have a little bit of a safety battle. Daniel Wells, understandably, still going for the ending of this match. It's the last frame that he's going to feature in. Has to give it a shot there. And the first shot is actually really nice there for him. I mean, yeah, I don't think there's going to be any room there for Williams to try and get past the brown and the green. And if there is, it's going to be unlucky there for himself. And not only did he manage to do that, nearly dropped the red in towards the corner. Certainly has to take that one out now, Daniel Wells. And so the free ball is going to be out of the equation. That's going to be a massive pain for him as well. Needs to take you with a very expensive colour as well. And in fact, is he going to have enough points now for it not to be taken into 3 snookers? So right now, it's going to be behind by 37 points with 27 on 6. So 3 snookers needed on 6 colours. Not sure how you're going to do that, but you can understand it. Him trying to go for it, with it being the last frame that he's clearly going to feature in. And that's the thing that you have to do, trying to do it on the yellow right now. And it's a very decent effort there. Remember, I say 3 snookers. If he does it off the pink or black there, he'll be more points than just 4 there given to him. But Mark Williams misses the first shot. So right now it is going to be Daniel Wells. 4 points there to himself. As he tries to have attempt number 2 there, trying to roll the yellow in towards his own pocket and put the green and the brown in between the 2 of them. So it's still a snooker, but it's not going to be just as difficult for Williams to try and get himself away from. Nicely done there by Mark. And the thing about Wells is he's got 2 snookers right now, and if he gets the first one, he still has got the brown and green positioned perfectly next to each other for the cue ball to run in behind. You know, it's not quite over yet. The black is, of course, a little bit of waste there, with it being on the cushion. Williams has to make sure that he keeps that one as long as he can, without carrying the cue ball or the yellow into it. And, well, that's exactly what Wells was trying to do, to free up the black there. And it's a lovely little shot once again there from Daniel Wells to get the cue ball in behind the pink, trying to free up the black in the process. And right now gets himself into a difficult position. He's got a little bit of a backup in terms of trying to go for a cushioned first shot there. Once again, the cue ball is going to be sent in towards the yellow here. And can't afford to pot it, of course. Can't do it on the 5 colours remaining. Of course, you'll have to take one of those colours out of the game, either brown or green. And once again there, Wells producing a decent shot there, but this time I think Williams will be able to swerve around this one. I mean, talk about me saying swerve around this one. He managed to catch the pink here, so he is in trouble right now, Mark Williams. And I mean, I'm just yet to find out how much of trouble he's actually into. Well, he's in a lot of trouble now, because Daniel Wells can actually tie now for this frame. And it's not like he's done with making snookers. He's got one more now that he's lined up perfectly on Williams, and this could turn the match on its head here. You know, this is the frame for you to win if you're Daniel Wells, and the circumstances that he actually is trying to do that in. And it's a decent effort there by Williams, but it's not going to be enough now, and it's 4 points given away there once again to Daniel Wells. And this time, remember, because he can tie, a very important thing for Williams was not to catch that pink on the previous shot, because it is now following a miscode, And he needs to make this one from the second time of asking, and it looks like that will be the case. But still, you know, you've been 44 points clear. All of a sudden, you're only 23 points clear with 27 on the table. This is a massive turning point if Wales manages to take this frame from here, because all the rhythm, all the momentum that Williams has had previously is going to disappear off into the distance. And, you know, you could argue whether it was worth for Wales to try and do it at that stage, especially after, you know, you didn't get any of those snookers and you had to put the red in. You know, you had to go for the pink and not the black, which meant you can only tie with 3 snookers. But all of a sudden, he finds himself comfortably in the zone of just needing 6 colours that are currently on the table. So you can try and send the cue ball in behind the pink here and get himself for a nice little zone there in terms of the cue ball position. But if you're going to do that, you have to make sure that the yellow is going to go into the safe place or thereabout it. And right now, Wales is just having a look to see if he can get most out of this yellow. Very awkward for him to try and go for pretty much the entire length of the table to try and reach for this yellow. But send the cue ball away from the pack there and maybe get it in behind the green as well. So he's been playing some of the brilliant safety shots right now. And remember, Williams can't afford to just get this yellow now. He needs to get this one safe. And decent shot there played by him with a swerve. Getting enough of the yellow to just about not show enough of it for the left middle. I think had he gone a couple of centimeters further down, Wells could have considered this shot. But in terms of him trying to actually being able to clear the position from here, if you take into the options and the problems that he's got ahead of himself, he's got the yellow that he's still yet to get now. And he's played a very risky shot here. And he needs to make sure he got the cover, because if he hasn't, this could be one of the biggest of the weights there. Sings things your way against Shaun Murphy. And it is going to be the biggest of weights since things your way against Shaun Murphy, because that is a massive blunder there by Daniel Wells. It's not quite a frame ball though. It's 25 points clear right now for Mark Williams. Still 25 points on the table. But I mean, all you had to do was to get yourself into a nice little comfortable position. And just as to say that, Williams has played a very similar sort of shot there. So he was close to getting the cue ball in behind the brown. But as he throws the towel on the table, I think he's done the same thing. I think he's left the green over the corner pocket now for Wells. And he has done that. And the only good thing about Williams doing that is, you know, he hasn't got the brown now. That is going to be an easy pot in towards the yellow pocket. But this all seems to be unraveling for both of the players. And Williams still sitting on 87%. Got 210 people tuning in. Feel free to hit the like and subscribe on the stream if you want to. But these could still be all to play for on the brown, as the cue ball seems to be heading in towards the pink there. And he's going to miss that one though. So Wales' hopes of getting another snooker are going to disappear. So the brown turns into a frame ball for Williams. And if he doesn't get this one, Daniel Wells can only tie and force the respot in frame number 9. But this could be a very, very important frame there for Daniel Wells, because as I say, if he makes the scoreline look 5-4, not in his favour, but the amount of damage he's going to do mentally and physically there to Mark Williams in this frame, I think he's going to be hard to overestimate. For now, he's got a shot in towards the right corner that he can try and go for, and very close to making that one stick, but just about the brown will stay out. So pretty much no time that he actually took the shot in between missing that one. So potentially a cop head double there by Williams. Not taken, but is the brown going to land perfectly in behind the blue? And the answer seems to be yes, it will do exactly that there. I don't think Williams can say that he was planning to do it, but I also don't think he's going to care with everything he had to go through in this frame. You know, being comfortably away and over the match ball line. You know, you'd see a lot of players throwing their hands in the air, celebrating with a fist bump. And He may just about do that now because Daniel Wells has missed out on that brown. So it's 4 points given away there to Mark Williams. So a snooker to tie now on the brown is a very, very difficult task for him to have ahead of himself. Of course, the black and the pink are still in a very bad position for you to try and line up a snooker. So Williams can just try and put the brown on towards the lower part of the table, putting it in behind the blue. Once again, doing the reverse thing of what he's done previously. It should be GG's, but, you know, I know it's one snooker to tie on 4 colours, but it was 3 snookers to tie on the 6 colours. And Wells has managed to do it, put himself comfortably in the zone. But it was GG's like 8 times all by now. Yeah, but this could be a chance now for Williams to make it GG's. But because he can't make the brown in towards the right corner, but he can get the cue ball in behind the pink. And this could be an absolute leg breaker there. You talk about it, and yeah, it's a massive shot now for Wells to try and take on. He has to apply all the spin that he can. In the end, he's going to get the pink, and surely it is going to be frame and match conceded, and it is going to be the story to continue for Mark Williams as he takes it away there from Daniel Wells. He waves a nice little goodbye there to the Chinese crowd, but you'll see them tomorrow because he's going to be the first semi-finalist. He's going to be the first finalist to face either Shaun Murphy or Gary Wilson. Once again, an absolute massive match in between the two of them. And if you talk about the overview, and you can't go through this match, you know, endlessly there, with it being pretty much 5 hours since it actually started, you have to say the opening 2 frames have been very important. The opening frame, Daniel Wells making that one sick for himself, was very important because the second frame was played in the exact fashion there, and it was the fashion that you would think would benefit Daniel Wells. And Mark Williams was absolutely all over the place at that time. There's no doubt about it. I'm pretty sure even in his post-match interview, he will admit that himself. But he had to win second frame if you're Daniel Wells there. You had no excuse not to do that. And it was all about, if you get yourself a 2-0 lead, it's a very different story. Instead, you get yourself 1 frame all. You give that allowance to Williams to be playing decent snooker. I wouldn't say it was great there, but decent snooker in frame number 3, producing a brilliant clearance at that time. And a break of 42 points, the highest of the first mini session. Wells manages to even things out there in a little bit of a sort of scrappy frame of a 50-50 in the 4th frame. In the end, it was an intermission break of 15 minutes. That was probably the shortest part of the entire match there. And after the intermission, it continued to be in the same way in the first frame, with Wells actually being, you know, the little bit of better of the two. In the end, gets himself the 5th frame on the board as well. And all of a sudden, he's now dominating the game and has Mark Williams very much in control there. And then the 6th frame happens, and that is 100% the turning point. Because you have to say, from there, it all gone downhill for Daniel Wells. And, well, Mark Williams was able to re-establish his form at that time, certainly. Because he wasn't playing perfectly in the 6th frame, not at all, but he was managing to get himself an important break of 42 points at that time. So repeat his highest break of the entire match there at that time. But ultimately, forced himself 129 points into the 7th frame to get himself a 4-3 lead. And ever since, it looked like it was going to be a bit too much there to do for Daniel Wells. 8th frame could have been his there. He had a couple of chances, but the clearance from Mark Williams of 56 points has done him all of the damage there. So you go into this 9th frame with a scoreline of 5 frames to 3. And you've got basically 3 frames to try and finish the job there if you're Mark Williams. And he managed to do that from the first time of asking. It wasn't pretty. It certainly wasn't pretty in the entire semi-final. But when you are Mark Williams, and when you are trying to prove your critics wrong, who are saying you're not playing well, you just got yourself to a final, and you certainly deserve it. And it's a brilliant performance from me in the end. Certainly a lot better in the second mini session. But it's all to play for him. He guaranteed himself to be in this final. The question is, who's he actually going to face? Is he going to be Shaun Murphy? Is he going to be Gary Wilson? We get to find out about that one. But it certainly is going to be an absolute beauty of a final, because it's going to have the Welsh potting machine featuring in it. And once again, for the last time, thank you very much for everyone watching. A great match in the end. It wasn't the best one, and it was a little bit of a slow burner at the start of it. But it certainly has given us a beautiful ending, especially if you're a Mark Williams fan. Thank you very much for watching, and yeah, feel free to tune in for more content as the China Grand Prix is about to reach its ending tomorrow in the final. Very much looking forward to seeing the way it's going to end. For now though, thanks very much for your attention once again, and I'll see you around soon. Take care.